Hello, 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 hello. Mabel, my goodness, Mabel, my goodness, Mabel. I am still writing my go live tweets and such, and here you are, and here you are. Geez, okay, I do need to say hello. And thank you, Mabel, so much for the raid, and thank you, Lost Notebooks, for the follow, and, for those of you who do not know me, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Uh, and, uh, I mostly do lots of hand cams. Thank you, Solid Syntax. Yes, I think a couple of you already know me. I have been friends with Mabel for a minute, and I'm around. But yeah, I used to be a sociology professor. That is not a joke. I used to teach sociology to college students, and now I VTube. Now I VTube. And these days, I do a lot of calligraphy. That is kind of my main art form. I've been streaming a lot of horror games lately. That's been a recent tendency of mine. Uh, and I do a book club every week. I do a book club. Not quite every week. I didn't get it done this week. I do book club with new people. Solid Syntax, thank you for the follow. Let me say hello to everyone who I've got in here. Hello, Seribot. Hello, me. Hello, Mabel. Hello, Hug a Tree, Be a Target. Hello, Lost Notebooks. Hello, Felipe26. Hello, Arkidtron Ultra. Hello, Otter_Madness. Hello, A_Stray_Angel. Hello, Darius. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Solid Syntax. Hello, Broccoli. Hello, Emperor's Armpit. So good to see you. Hello, Blutiful. Hello, Alpine, everybody. Oh, I should give the shout out to Mabel, who is probably already gone. Capable Mabel. Mabel is lovely. Mabel is incredible. Anybody who in my community who doesn't already know Mabel, that is a failing on my part. Mabel is a dear friend. She is very sweet. She is very funny. And she has been playing an enormous amount of Timberborn, which is, I think, the kind of game that people want me to be playing on stream, and then I instead play Slay the Princess. So, and hello, Uninari. Hello, Goban. Hello, of course, to Mabel, and King_KJ06, and I will absolutely allow that one to go through. And hello, Seraphs, and enjoy your lurk. And of course, hello to Nando, Otter_Madness. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. This is why I haven't seen. How could I have forgotten? Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yes, it is because she loves wood. That's true. And Cat Magician, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. But yes, today it is New Year's, and it is a tradition in some parts of the world to make dumplings for New Year's. And it is a tradition for me when I run out of frozen dumplings to make dumplings. And so that is what I am doing. I did not do a New Year's Eve stream because I didn't feel like it. And because I tend to stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday is not a Monday, a Wednesday, or a Friday. So I am streaming today. And so, yeah, Old Man New Year, absolutely. It's true. It's true. But yes, I may as well grab the recipe I'll be using. This recipe I've been using for years. 5 or 6 years, maybe? Something like that. This is the recipe, and I will pin it. I like to abuse the pin. The Walks of Life is a wonderful resource for particularly Shanghainese cuisine, which might be my favorite cuisine out of all of the cuisines in the world. So yes, this is I will say that if you do this recipe, they've got a substitution that they recommend if you don't have Shaoxing wine. It's worth shelling out. It's worth shelling out for the Shaoxing. It is worth shelling out for Shaoxing wine. The white pepper black pepper distinction won't make as big of a difference, but it is worth using white pepper if you can get your hands on it. But using dry sherry instead of Shaoxing is brutal. It's really brutal. Um. Oh, yes. Mabel spilling the beans. I was going to say like, oh yeah, I stayed up late catching up with an old friend. The old friend in question was Mabel. The old friend in question was Mabel. Uh, let me see. And I gotta go over to Twitter and do the same thing. Oh yeah, no. Finding recipes online is such a minefield. It's such a minefield. I am, I am, and well, you'll be waiting a minute, Beautiful Angel, because this is going to take forever. This is not a fast process. This is not a fast process at all, and I am not particularly good at it. So we are going to be waiting a minute. Yeah, you want an AI recipe for boiled rocks? Exactly. It's honestly kind of incredible how much Google has declined as a website. It's I know that's like not a that's not like news to anybody here, I don't think. I think we all kind of are pretty hyper aware of the fact that Google has fallen apart. But and hello Gringotts. Hello Gringotts. Welcome in. Yeah, Google falling apart very rapidly is one of those things that is kind of shocking. That we are in the sub Ask Jeeves era for Google, and it's one of those things like Google being a solid website is like one of those mainstays of the last 10-15 years of our culture. And having that leave us is kind of remarkable. I remember somebody putting it as like, people in the future will like struggle to believe. What is wrong with my calibration? Will struggle to believe that that the internet used to be this good, right? That we will struggle to express to people that the internet used to be this good. They won't believe us. You know, Generation Beta and younger will not believe us when we tell them. We will tell them things, and they will be like, "That can't be true. That doesn't sound right." But it will be. Well, it will have been. That's how tenses work. Yeah, and we're not. I don't know what's like going to happen. Right, I don't know what's going to happen going forward, because like, yeah, I just don't know what's going to happen going forward. Are we just going to like not have the internet in a recognizable sense? Is that what's going to happen? Because man, like it's interesting to watch like Generation Beta is going to refer to Skibbity as a like boomer meme. They're like for them that's going to be a boomer meme. They are going to call you old for Skibbity. Yeah, we might be looking at like personal servers, which is interesting. It is a hell of a thing though to lose the ability to search in a centralized and easy fashion for like, you know, like how do you fold dumplings, for example, and the tendency of the last couple of years has been very much towards the centralization into a small number of websites, and those websites are also imploding. It's pretty unpleasant. Yeah, content aggregation was destroyed by LLMs, which is brutal. Yeah, Blue. Well, I mean, Blue. That's like a very much like that's like an even older return. That's a return to like the Usenet days, right? That's like that's an old internet tendency. If we're going back to like using IMs and chat servers and and discussion boards as like the core of the internet. There is something that I read alarmingly that we might also be looking at the death of Reddit incoming, which is brutal. Because Reddit has actually been making money finally, which means that private equity now is going to be looking at Reddit, and Reddit is pushing ads in all sorts of weird ways. And I'm kind of curious to see how that will actually play out in practice, because I know that Reddit has a deservedly bad reputation, right? Overall, I think its overall bad reputation was largely deserved. At the same time, that reputation exists alongside like there are a lot of very good subreddits. Ask Historians is a very good subreddit, and if there's a if like Reddit goes full bore hardcore monetization, will they do things like destroy Ask Historians? Yeah, exactly, Alpine. And like, so there's a thing that I've noticed about Reddit, right? Where so like when I think about Reddit, I think about Ask Historians and vegan baking and vegan recipes and calligraphy and scribes. Those are the subreddits that I like really think about and use. Yeah, I don't know if Reddit's not in general a very profitable company. Admittedly, Twitter's not a profitable company either. The largest profitable website that I think about is honestly something awful. But it's so like those are the subreddits that I think about, and those are the subreddits that I think about, and what I am wondering is like, but I compare those to I compare those subreddits to like the video game subreddits, right? Because you would think that Reddit, which is like full of gamer nerds, that the gamer subreddits would be useful. And they're not. They are useful for finding patch notes, and that's about it. The subreddits for I have developed a bad reputation on the Age of Empires subreddit, in particular, for my habit of there will be posts on Age of Empires. The Age of Empires, I don't know. This is such an old game. Hello, Matthew. But like people will go on there and they'll be like, you can't win this matchup. There's this matchup between these two nations, and like you can't win it. And then I just go and I plug it into AoE stats, and it's a 50-50. And I'm like, what is wrong with you Redditors? Like you could have checked this in like 30 seconds. Like I know that you are annoyed about how bad your last match went, but like you don't need to lie. And so I've developed this bad reputation of being like actually like this matchup's like 50-50. And the gaming subreddits are just useless. The Path of Exile subreddit is, I think that one of the biggest weaknesses with Path of Exile as a video game is that the Redditors the developers of the game read the Reddit. I think this is like genuinely a weakness of the entire game. They make all sorts of dumb decisions based off of what the Reddit says, and the Reddit is full of morons. I've tried to follow the Mechabellum subreddit's advice, and it's famously gotten me completely clobbered. I think Redditors are really bad at video games. It's a very much like don't hire fans element. It's a very much like a very abject lesson in don't hire fans. A very harsh lesson in that. Interesting to have public libraries to see a direct boost in traffic links being hard to get reliable information online. Yeah. I often say that for my other work, which is about like nonfiction, LLMs are, if anything, kind of a bonus to us because they make it really obvious what the alternative to interesting papers that care about the truth is. Because that's the two things you have to do as a nonfiction writer. With whatever nonfiction you're doing, it has to be interesting and it has to be truthful. And those are the two things that LLMs cannot do, and are uninterested in doing. Right? Like that's like the thing that they do not do. That is the thing they do not do. Cephalostropus, usually yes. I don't quite know what's happening on, I don't quite know what's happening at schools a lot of the time. I do know that, so far there has only been one positive outcome from AI on teaching, which is the new assignment type that I find kind of interesting, where you ask, an AI to write a paper on a subject, and then the students grade the paper that the AI wrote. That I think is kind of interesting. Otherwise, it's been extremely deleterious. It's been extremely deleterious. Yeah, it's clever. It does strike me as kind of more a toy usage than Ooh, that's an interesting one to point out, Solid Syntax. Auto repair in specific. Auto repair in specific. And shh, hush, 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 hush. One of the few websites that I think is still extremely worth using in this future, and that I think is going to continue to be useful in the future, is LibGen. LibGen continues, the internet's library continues to be a very good resource. But yeah, it's kind of staggering. I can see that. I can see that. My Japanese is atrocious because I watch like 90s game shows. So like any extent that I'm learning Japanese at this point is like terrible and useless and boomered as hell. Terrible and useless and boomer brained as all hell. Absolutely dreadful. But yeah, it's I am not particularly compelled by the types of AI that are making waves, to be blunt. I think the fact that the investor profile for AIs and the advertising profile for AIs and the advertising language for AIs and some of the marketers themselves as individuals were all like, it's the same people who did NFTs, and it's the same logic, and it's the same everything as NFTs, is like a really big demerit for them as like a meaningful technology. I am very mistrusting of the technology and the business of it. And OpenAI in particular looks like it is deep into the hunting for bag holders phase of a bubble. Yeah, so a child t-shirt with bored apes in a clothing store last week. Wow. Well, and Solid Syntax, that's actually one of those things that's actually one of my favorite little like jokes about AI, is that we've been developing useful algorithmic learning techniques since the 70s, at least. Like, since at least the 1970s, we have been developing new and valuable tools for optimizing optimization algorithms. The thing that happens, though, is that as soon as you make an AI that's actually useful, it gets relabeled. It becomes like precancerous melanoma visual identification algorithm. stuff like that. And hello, Tohu Bohu. Oh no, Tohu. I am sorry that you've been caught. You have been caught by the diseases. Please rest well. Please stay healthy. I know that we've got Alpine in the audience right now, and he can tell you that your lifts will be very negatively impacted if you do not get plenty of rest. Well, and it's yeah. Got caught lacking last week. Oh no. And hello, Space Circus. Hello, Space Circus _ Welcome in. It's good to see you. I am sure that I am actually kind of surprised that Space has not yelled at me today. For being bad at Splatoon. But yeah, Happy New Year, Space. Happy New Year, Space. Everyone say hi to Space. Everyone say Happy New Year to Space. Space made the sub icons. Yeah, I'm bad at Splatoon. Yeah. Not really, Space Circus. They have Splatoon inside of Marvel Rivals, and I don't understand it, and I'm very bad at it. And hello, Mura Sensei. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Mura. Love the story about an algorithm designed to identify varieties of pastries being discovered to excel at identifying tumors. Yeah, so solid syntax, that's one of those things that I find really interesting about all of this kind of thing, is that the part about that kind of drives me slightly nuts is that computers are good at... We managed to make computers be kind of good at a bunch of tasks that, like, humans are not very good at. Oh, Joy Kuchi, thank you very much for the subscription. Thank you very much for the subscription. Thank you for the 3 months. Enjoy your tanks for 3 months. 3 more months. But yes, because the algorithm is not like seeing things as humans do, it is better than us at identifying tumors, but worse than us at identifying pastries. And I remember a story from a long time ago, where I was at a conference. I was at a scientific conference when I was in my brief foray into trying to pretend to be an actual scientist, a hard scientist, a chemist. I do have a chemistry degree. Don't do what I did. Do not get the number of degrees that I did. I always have to put this out. PSA. Go to school for like 1 degree. Get 1 degree. But it's then I became a self-scientist. But like if you're going to become a scientist, just stick with the thing. And the thank you, Outer Madness, for the reminder that I need to upload the my nod emote to Twitch. Aside, Friday is my Chat Picks new emotes stream, because we are doing various celebration streams, and this is actually a redeem from... This stream is itself a redeem from my subathon, my affiliate subathon. So if you have ideas for emotes and or redeems, put them in the server in the suggestions, or bring them on for Friday. So just kind of an aside on that one. That's why I haven't uploaded my own Nodder emote. And thank you to Vexen Cat, who I know is not here because Vexen Cat is enjoying the great outdoors. She made it, but I Alpha Fenmore's work. But yeah, it's not impossible for algorithmic methods to produce some really valuable data and some really valuable insights. What I think, to kind of follow up on specifically what Solid just said, to kind of follow up on that one, if I recall correctly, Solid, you also go by Blue. Is that correct? That's confusing in this current context, where we also have Beautiful Angel in the chat. So I will not. I probably will not use that, but I do. If I'm just wondering if I'm just checking my memory. And thank you for the small, Laura. Thank you for the small. All the folks who are still here from Mabel gets to see me small. But yes. So what Solid pointed out, that there's a push to use it for inappropriate use cases, which is part of the reason why it has such like an NFT feel to me is that you don't need to sell people really hard on using you don't have to sell it very hard on like a what shall I say? It's not hard to sell people on. We developed an algorithm that will make the most efficient cutting technique for a given potato to cut it into French fries. It's a very simple question of, does this make your French fry cutting more efficient than just doing it completely chaotically? Than just using a very chaotic machine? And similarly, like, we developed a new algorithm for train schedules. You don't actually have to sell people on that very hard if it's all that useful. Soil science, hypothetically, yeah, soil science is a good hypothetical one. The LLMs that we have are, again, they have several major shortcomings. And this is to Gringotts' point, and I have actually discussed this with Gringotts before, and this continues to be a disagreement. The LLMs that we actually have are correlative databases of words. And they have one genuinely really impressive thing to me. I'm always going to give them credit for, I think it is pretty impressive that we created a machine that spits out reasonably grammatically correct sentences. And I would say human level accuracy on grammatical correctness, not because it's 100% accurate, but because humans actually very frequently make inaccurate, grammatically incorrect sentences. So the fact that it's less than 100% is well within tolerances. I think that's impressive. But they never say interesting things. Hello, Cielo. Hello, Cielo. And they don't... Well, the biggest thing to me, Solid, I think even bigger than whether or not it's thinking, is the fact that it doesn't have a truth function. That the LLMs that we work with don't actually have truth functions. What they have is... Again, they have correlations of words. And so from the perspective of the LLM, of ChatGPT or whatever, the distinction between pi is 3 and pi is 4 is relatively meaningless. And, you know, it's equally it's equal to ChatGPT to say pi is equal to 0.314 and pi is equal to 31.4, and those are somewhat less likely than Mura Sensei points out a good one. There was a famous example that the one that stuck in my mind was the one that stuck in my mind as being really dramatic to me was Chris Franklin. Chris Franklin's very bright. Chris Franklin is a YouTube video essayist who goes by Errant Signal, and he did a very good demonstration of how far is the Earth from the Sun. And in order to get ChatGPT to give a remotely reasonable answer, it required an incredible amount of work on his part. Like considerably more work than... it was a similar amount of work, actually, to doing it by hand. Like, it was like a similar amount of work to get ChatGPT to get it the right answer as to... And by doing it by hand, I mean, like, if you already knew the speed of light in a vacuum, and you have a stick. Like, that level of accuracy. Like, that was the level of effort it was. Because it kept on making arithmetic mistakes. It kept on making very simple arithmetic mistakes. It pulled, I believe it actually squared the number, was what it initially did. Which is really remarkable. It's because again, like, and this is... Yeah, it doesn't... So, it's... Well, and again, it's a correlative database, right? It's a correlative database of words, which is a cool enough tool on its own. But But again, it will not tell you true things. It will not tell you true things. And to Gringotts' points, this question about it's your job to check the output, people are using it as the thing that it is being sold as. The marketing for ChatGPT is that you don't have to check the output. That is the entire marketing for it, and the entire that's the desire for it, which I don't think it's. Well, and also, I mean, this is I've talked with Gringotts quite a bit. I should I know Gringotts fairly well. I am generally of the opinion that writing lots of words is very cheap. That just writing volumes of words is not a limiting factor on good writing or on meaningful writing or on answering questions. You are going to be much more limited by fact-checking, by research, and by artfulness, which are not things that they help you. That's part of the reason why I'm so, like, dismissive. I'm so sanguine about it. Well, I should say, Tohu, I'm mostly a nonfiction guy. I am mostly a nonfiction guy. The book I was literally reading for fun earlier today was comparing Varro and Komoa. Like, I'm a nonfiction guy. I'm reading stuff on, like, land use patterns in the 200s BC. Like, this is what I really care about. And I do think that artfulness is always important. Like, genuinely, I think that artfulness is always worth doing. It's always worth doing artfully. And to your point, Gringott, about OpenAI warns against going with the output, Q-Tip always says not to stick the Q-tip in your ear. I'm still sticking the Q-tip in my ear. And OpenAI's main page is not the main advertising network. Build me a template for a presentation. Yeah, I can understand that, Tohu. Yeah, I can understand that. It's again, I find this all to be, what I should say is, I find that the use cases I find to be somewhat not entirely non-existent, but relatively marginal. I do not think that these are use cases that are ever going to produce the 100 billion to 100 trillion earnings that are being claimed. OpenAI itself has claimed that it only counts as real AI if it produces $100 billion in revenue, which is... I think that this speaks to the weaknesses not of LLMs, but of OpenAI itself as an organization. That is less an indictment of LLMs or AIs than it is that OpenAI as an organization and as a company has is not a healthy organization, is not one that you should listen to. Yeah, within science disciplines are already underfunded. That is interesting. That's an interesting point to make, Solid Syntax. And I am curious as to what it's going to look like in 5 years. I am curious what it's going to look like in 5 years, because I am very skeptical. I am by default a very skeptical man. Thank you for the inadvertent reminder that I need to reach out to EG, because EG wanted to discuss skepticism with me. They really want to discuss ontology with me, but I don't know enough about ontology. I know about epistemology, so I'll discuss skepticism. But I have a default skeptical lens, and the kind of appearance that I kind of get about a lot of this is that the main thing keeping it rolling is that successful marketing by the people who did power expansion for the last couple of digital bubbles. NFTs being the most obvious one, but also before then other types of cryptocurrency. Uh, we built an enormous amount of power capacity for those purposes, right? Like those purposes saw an enormous increase in not just data centers, but just raw power output. And so if you already own one of those coal plants that was newly funded in the last 5 years, the collapse of NFTs means that you need to figure out some other excuse for a massive power draw. And yeah. An interesting point, Gringotts. An interesting point. And like I said, I think that. So what I am mostly focusing on, in clarity here, when I'm having this discussion, though, what I'm mostly focusing on are, again, LLMs and diffusion and stable diffusion, which probably the biggest reason why I am not super impressed with them, from a technologist and futurologist standpoint, is that they are promising to reduce the cost on things that are already cheap. Things that are so cheap they border on free. That is a lot of why I'm pretty bearish on them as technologies. The Wandering Inn is 10 million plus words for free. And they're not always good words, but they're generally pretty interesting. And I'm like so that's people create drawings and writings just constantly, and it's not a part of the labor force that we really needed to automate very much. And again, like we're producing other algorithms and other like semi-AIs, because the term AI is now itself its own like contested political term. We're now producing these other ones that I don't have any real things to say about. Like if you know, something that recognizes tumors or that recognizes weather patterns, like sure, like we made some sort of improvement in our hurricane detection system. I don't have a thing to say about it. But like essays, like hot take unsourced essays and one-off cartoon drawings don't really need it. Well, and Solid Syntax, this is actually kind of going, like, this is like my long circuit back to what I kind of think is going on. What it looks like to me, reading between the lines and being very cynical. Being very, very cynical. Who is pushing for these things? Why are they pushing for them? What are they getting out of it? And what seems to be being pushed and what they seem to be getting out of it is they are pushing for things that will make irrelevant and devalue specifically artists. They're really going after artists specifically, and it's really just guys who don't have a lot of respect for art going after artists, and it feels like a high school grudge match. That's what it feels like to me. This feels very ego driven. Rather than like economics or even technologically driven. It feels very ego driven. And hello, Darius VTuber. Hello. You were already here. What am I talking about? Thank you for the follow. That's what I mean to say. That is the canned message that I am supposed to say, as if I were a bot. That is my canned message that I'm supposed to say. But yeah, I'm not sure how transformative it will be. Yeah, this is mostly a yes, yeah, well, that's where I'm kind of limiting myself. I want to kind of keep my frame of reference here kind of limited. And I can't say much about other elements of it. I do tend to be a little bit in general, I have a default stance of being pretty bearish about major transformations to the economy that happen entirely via information, which I know is kind of heretical for a 21st century American. I know it's kind of heretical for a 21st century American to say that, but at some point, a person is pulling a rock or a plant out of the ground. Right? Like, all economic activity eventually involves somebody pulling something out of the ground. Whether it's a potato or a chunk of hematite. It has to happen at some point. Somebody has to pick something up. Hello, Midori. And so things that don't eventually get to that point, I think you need to interrogate them. I realize that this functionally, I basically just restated the physiocratic position, which is considered an outdated economic position since about 1776. But, you know, I do think it's worth kind of keeping in mind as a matter of perspective that if you're going to make an economic improvement that's really significant, it needs to improve on those somehow or another. At some point. Mura-sensei finished an RPG in 20 hours. What do? So you have options here, right? This is one of those things. All gamers have options at this point. You finish an RPG in 20 hours. What do you do now? So, let's start with the worst option. You could replay it. That's the second worst option. You could become a speedrunner for it. That's the worst option. You could become a speedrunner for the game. You could replay the game and make different decisions and see what happens. Oh, Blue Sky Link has an extra T. Thank you, Nutcase. I assume that you mean... Oh, yep. There it is. There we go. Oh yeah, thank you, Nutcase. Thank you, Nutcase, for the alert. But yeah, ooh, Tyranny is a cool one. Tyranny is actually cool. I'm not going to lie, Mura, I really assumed that you were talking about Metaphor, because that's the RPG that everybody's talking about. But yeah, you could, 20 hours. 20 hours is pretty... Tyranny is very cool. Mura, if you really feel like you have too much time for gaming, may I recommend Balatro. Thank you for stopping by, Nutcase, by the way. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, solid syntax. That is like a big issue here. Well, so this was my experience working with, we didn't call them AIs at the time. They were AIs, we just didn't call them that for whatever reason. If my experience with working with AIs, like I look at them now and I'm like, this was an AI. We've just kind of done some marketing to change the terminology, but it was an AI in every meaningful sense of the word. What is the actual thing that we use them for? The actual use case that we use those AIs for in the line of work I was in was to avoid responsibility. Like, that was the big one, was to avoid responsibility. Not... Like, it was so that you could you could have the thing make decisions, and nobody was responsible, right? I was not in anything particularly computer related. I should be clear here. I've never been a I've never been a computers man. I was in policy. I worked in like policy and social services, and it was used to like deny cases. And it like the idea was like, nobody's responsible. There's nobody made a mistake. Nobody made any decision. Nobody did anything. It was just the algorithm. You needed this thing, and the algorithm said you don't get it. And like, whose fault is that? I don't know. Why did it happen? I don't know. What policy was it? I don't know. Machine said so. Machine said so. Machine, and it's very much like Brazil. It's very much like the movie Brazil, right? Like, machine said so, you die. And that's surprising. Where I found the green to be, Gringotts. I mean, it would be kind of doxing, but you, let me. I will tell you. Because it would be a little bit doxing. Yeah, Brazil is beautiful. Brazil is beautiful. Brazil is beautiful. Brazil's amazing. I didn't do a movie night this week. I'm trying to do my movie nights a little bit differently than I used to. I spent most of the last year doing just a movie night every Monday at 10 p.m. And at a certain point, doing movie nights at the same time every single time, just like because you have to, becomes kind of stale. I like doing movie nights, but I want to kind of make them a little bit more fresh. But Brazil, we still haven't watched. Yeah, Brazil, we still haven't watched. And I love Brazil. Brazil is like legitimately one of my favorite movies. It's, for people who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, Brazil is a Terry Gilliam film. Terry Gilliam of Monty Python fame. Aside, don't look up Terry Gilliam's like Twitter or anything like that. He actually sucks. Yeah, Brazil mentioned. Wait, hold on. Is Big Ham from Brazil? Is she Brazilian? I didn't know that. I just didn't know that. I just feel dumb. I just feel dumb. I just didn't know that. Aside, I read Tepu last night, which is like Brazil's a very big important. She does have an American accent, but sometimes people just have American accents. So, that happens. But yes, the plot of Brazil, I do not know why it's called Brazil for like completely insane reasons. The name Brazil has like nothing to do with the film. The plot of the movie is that it's sort of like cyberpunk, sort of like retro-futurist cyberpunk Britain. And so the bureaucracy uses these big ticker tape machines for, like these belt-fed ticker machines for making bureaucratic decisions. And a literal fly, a literal bug, gets caught into the machine. This fly getting crushed on this piece of paper causes other bureaucratic errors that ultimately culminates in a random dude being executed for no reason. Like, that's what happens. Like, because of a completely asinine error, and all of the bureaucratic chains of events that happen and the total lack of responsibility, a random guy just gets murdered. Bug is, well, they use that usage. Bug is actually older than the movie. The use of the term bug in software is older than that, just for clarity. Sol's syntax is not, like, lying. It's just, like, contextually, it's an older term. The original time was, I believe, a moth got caught in a vacuum tube. Was, I believe, the original one. That was my hearing. I think it was like Grace Hopper. It was like World War II Navy. So a dude gets assassinated by the state because of a bug in the system. Because of a literal physical bug in the system. It did. It wasn't. It was an insect. It was an insect. It's just. It wasn't in the movie Brazil. It was 40 years earlier. Uh, and then the full movie, the actual plot of the movie. That's the first 5 minutes of the movie. The actual plot of the movie is a bureaucrat looks at this, realizes that a man was wrongfully killed, and says, well, the procedure in this case is that we find the widow and we apologize to her and we give her a check. And the entire movie is this man trying to do that and the rest of the bureaucracy punishing him. The entire state is just arrayed against him for, and it's not specifically so much about like AIs, because this is like an 80s film, right? It's not really like about that. It's about apologizing for wrongdoing, right? Like that's what it's actually about. It's about apologizing for wrongdoing. It's about responsibility and apologizing for wrongdoing and what is power. Like who uses power and who gets to use power and what do we do with power? And that's what it's about. That is what it's about. And I think it's an incredible movie. I think it's a truly incredible movie. I think it's absolutely incredible. So I have made a VTuber error here. Which is that I usually start off with just chatting as my category, and then if I switch categories, I switch categories. Today, I just set it on food from the get-go. And we are now an hour in, and I haven't done anything with food. I do need to grab at least 2 things from my kitchen. Bare minimum, I need to grab 2 things from my kitchen. So I will be back in less than 5 minutes, and then we will get started on the actual dumpling. I will not stop talking. Do not worry about that. I will not stop talking. Do not worry about that one. The Yap engine is oiled up. Also, Space, if you are still here, this is a reminder for me to update the fan gallery. I haven't updated the fan gallery in a minute because I was glazing all of the art, but I finished the glazing last night, so I need to update the fan gallery. So I will deal with that later, though. Be right back. All right, I think I have everything ready. Let me adjust the camera angle a little bit and reset the camera a little bit. Uh, because I need to still pay for the droid cam. Hmm, hmm. Droid cam. I'm tall. I'm tall. I'm tall. Let me adjust also my webcam, my tracking camera. Droid cam, you are being annoying. Um, I guess I could just leave it up. There we go. Whoop. And thank you for the tall Montas, Vex. And also welcome in. I didn't expect to see you today, Vex. Oh, okay. Emperor's Armpits gave me workout time. I've already run 5K today, so I'm going to. Oh, and I'm socked. So I'm now I've got the thigh high. Thank you, Tohu, for that. Uh, and yeah, this is a vegan recipe. For those who don't know, um, I'm vegan. I've been vegan for like 13 years, something like that. I always forget how long. Um, I can remember the date. Yeah, they combine. They combine. If anybody is a VTuber, I can talk. I can teach you how to do the tall redeem and the small redeem because they're actually pretty fun to do. They're actually pretty fun to do. But yeah, I am not going to do. I already ran a 5K today, so I'm not going to do. Um, I'm not going to do. Hold on a second. I am not going to do squats because I don't want to combine those. So I am going to do push-ups. We're going to do push-ups. So give me a moment to do push-ups, and then I'll get started on the thing that I said I was going to do at the start of stream. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wee. I don't have my pull-up bar set up right now. I don't have my pull-up bar set up. Um, yeah, that was pretty good tempo. I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty good about that. Um, and so I am. I know that Blue's going to criticize me because she knows actual proper traditional techniques. I am never satisfied with the uniformity of my dumpling skins. So I will be using a cookie cutter to make sure that my dumpling skins, my dumpling wrappers, are uniform size. Unless it's completely blasphemous. Crap, I grabbed the wrong parchment paper. Hold on, I'm going to be back in like 2 seconds. So I'm not even going to bother changing the screen. Okay, okay. I just grabbed a parchment paper to make sure that these dumpling wrappers are not completely ruined. Do not stick together too badly. So, first things first, we've got a dough ball. We got the big old dough ball. Big old dough ball. And I'm gonna take a little bit of flour, spread it down here, and grab some parchment paper. Oh, oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Hahi! Hahi, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I did not hear the raid alert, and I don't know if that's me being deaf or not. Did you folks hear the raid alert? I feel a little bit silly there. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Let me get this shout out. It didn't go off. A challenge. A challenge, to be sure. Let me see. Well, hold on. Let me finish what I was saying. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I see what happened there. I see what happened there. I accidentally muted it. Let me give the shout out to Hahi. Hahi. Shout out to Hahi. You were just chatting. I hope that you were having a wonderful chat. I'm assuming it was, like so many of us are doing, some sort of New Year's Day celebration. I hope you had a wonderful New Year's Eve, and that you had a wonderful just chatting stream. But yes, I don't think I got it all of it. But I think I got a little bit. These are simply the risks that we've had, that we take. But yes, I am Almantas, former professor. That is, I used to be a sociology professor many years ago, and as of recent provenance, I am a VTuber. Ah, you're doing Fields of Mystria. Extremely reasonable. I mean, I forget to do that all the time too. I forget to do that constantly. I forget about that constantly. So, gonna take some dough, rolled up into a ball. This is pretty sticky dough. Romancing Villagers. A good choice, a good choice. Fields of Mystery is kind of like Stardew, right? That was my impression of it. Yeah, this is actually very sticky. This is very... There we go. New Year, New Romance, yeah. Yep, we are going to be here for a while, my friend. We are going to be here for a while. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. I have played like 15 minutes of Stardew Valley. I think that is probably one of the things that surprises people the most about my gaming habits, is that I'm not actually super into farming sim type games. I'm just not super. I play. I like. I don't know. I kind of like things that have a little bit more teeth to them. I think it surprises people because they know that I have a very cozy life. That I live a very cozy lifestyle, and so they assume that I'm going to be playing cozy games. But I am not the meme about the German hello topical ointment. Well, what I would say is it's to my mind pretty similar to to me it's pretty similar to, like, it's what I do in my life, right? Uh it's hold on, let me uh hit something here. There we go. Just adjusting some volume on my end. Uh Like genuinely, like 80% of the time that I'm doing something on the back end that you guys are wondering about, it is me playing around with the volume for like my own comfort. Well, and I just kind of need like a little bit of teeth to it, right? I like games that have some teeth. Uh, Not necessarily violence. Not necessarily violence. I like plenty of like non-violent games, but like the thing that really killed me on things like Stardew, was that the first one I got into was Traveler's Rest, uh, which like the extent to which Traveler's Rest rips off Stardew Valley is enormous. Uh, but Traveler's Rest is about running an inn, and there is just enough stress to running the inn. There's like just enough stress to the inn mechanics that like that's kind of what keeps me going. Uh, there's just something about Field of Mystria. I mean that's good. That's good. That's good. Um, but yeah, I tend to not be as big on games that are like very self-directed. Uh, Mostly because if I'm going to self-direct, I would self-direct myself into like a research project. I tend to play games that have like a certain amount of goal to them. Though that's his own kind of interesting thing, right? Uh, is like how much do I need a goal? Like how much do I need a goal? Uh, because there are definitely cases where like having too much of a goal uh actually impedes my enjoyment of the game pretty badly. Uh, and it's usually meta progression is the part that like really is negative for me with a game. Uh, so I've been playing some Marvel Rivals. Uh, I've been playing some Marvel Rivals. Oh, good luck with the dough, with the pasta making. Uh, I'll be honest, I don't like making pasta by hand. Uh, that's like the one case where like I looked at like I've made it by scratch, and then I was like, I could just buy this from the store, man. Uh, I don't like making dumpling wrappers, but all the dumpling wrappers I can find are so expensive. Oh, congratulations, Cielo! Congratulations. Um, but yeah, I find that like Marvel Rivals is a sort of game where like like the meta progression makes it so that like I'm just like chasing. I am kind of more concerned with completing like seasonal goals and stuff than I am with just enjoying the game. And this has a backwards effect on me. This means that I get to this moment where uh I complete like seasonal goals, and then I'm just like, well, I'm done, right? Like, uh, whereas like if all I was doing was if I was just playing matches and just trying to win matches, uh, then I wouldn't have that sense of like, well, I've completed something, right? I would just be like, it would just be like each individual match is a thing that I'm doing for fun on its own. Um, which is much closer to how I would prefer to enjoy games. Uh, uh, how bad is the shaking, by the way, for this when I'm rolling it? It feels like it should be a nightmare for you folks. Also, how is the centering? How is the centering? Are you getting the action you want to see? Hello, Mara. Mara, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are doing my lengthy dumpling stream. Uh, Looks good. Looks good. Thank you, Jules. And also, hello, Jules. No shaking, really. That's a positive sign. That's a very positive sign. Uh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Uh, yes, your MILF games. Well, deal with it. Uh, deal with it. And hold on. Somebody had a question. Somebody had a question. Hold on. Let me go back up here for a second. Humter, you can ask the question, but first of all, but I have to say, um, Kuro Hazuki, thank you for the raid. Hello, Kuro. Hello, Kuro, and your Hazukans. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I am currently making dumpling wrappers from scratch because it is 2025. It is New Year's Day, and this is to me an extremely sensible thing to do to celebrate a New Year's, is to make a bunch of dumplings that I will then freeze uh, and eat at some later time. You were playing Apex. I hope you got those W's. I hope you got those dubs. I actually rather like Apex, but I'm very bad at it. I haven't played it in a long time. I think season 16. Uh, I think season 16 was the last time I played it. I was a Rampart main. I like those walls. I like to slap down them walls. Yes, that is part of the plan, Mara. These dumplings will last a minute. These dumplings will last a minute. Uh, enjoy your lunch. I can see you being a crypto main. That makes perfect sense to me, Mara. Uh, yeah, I am actually really curious as to now. I'm like really curious about Humter's question. Now I'm really curious about it. Uh, yeah, Apex is brutal. Oh, because because it gets very uneven if you do that, Humter. It actually takes more time in my experience. Uh, but mostly it's that like the dough comes out uneven, and I have to redo it, and that drives me more nuts than just like taking forever. Uh, welcome back, Mabel. Welcome back, Mabel. Uh, how do I see Mara being a? Yeah, I am going to end up smushing a bunch of the dough scraps together, but I don't want to do too much of that. Uh, oh crap. Oh, okay. Didn't ruin it. Didn't ruin it. Didn't ruin it. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Um, Mara, I don't know quite how to explain this, but uh, like, I think of you as being very, uh, yeah, I know you normally don't, Blue, but it drives me nuts. Uh, uh, especially because, like, I'm doing better than I usually do, but I usually don't actually manage to roll them out evenly, like, at all. Usually they come out really ragged at the edges. Uh, I'm being surprisingly good about keeping them round this time, but usually they come out really ragged. Uh, uh, it's also worth knowing that I'm not that worried about being efficient. Uh, like time-wise, like this is I mean, I'll just be cynical about it. This is my content. This is my art. This is this is my process, and why would I try to speed run through it? Uh, why would I try to do it too fast? And I want to take my time. Uh, but Mara, you're I think of Mara as um kind of tricksy and clever. I think of Mara as a person who wins through informational advantages. Um, Hold on a second. Sorry for breaking the model. So part of the process that it's silly. Little bit of water. Little bit of water. Uh, Spritz it with a little bit of water from a spray bottle that I use for plants normally, but it just has tap water in it right now. Um, and then I'm going to put down another layer of parchment paper. And it is curling like crazy. Get it down there. There we go. Um, hmm. 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 Yeah, I can imagine people being really. I mean, there are definitely some skills in cooking that I'm super slow at. Not just like this is not even the worst one. I have never made sushi on stream, but I'm so slow at making sushi. Sushi is so frigging slow for me. I actually have never made puff pastry. I've actually never made puff pastry. My roommate likes to make puff pastry. And they'll make it in like big quantities. Okay, that didn't. That's sticky. Uh, Cronuts. They are. One of them is. One of my roommates is one of but that's not the one who does all the cooking. The one who cooks a lot and bakes a lot is not vegan. Though they do tend to cook vegan because I'm a queer leftist in New York, so you make a lot of vegan food if you want other people to eat it. Uh, Frustratingly for me, my roommate is a better baker than me. It is a shameful thing for me to admit, but they are a better baker than me. Uh, do, 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 do. Uh, I do like baking. I do like baking. I didn't used to like baking. I actually prefer cooking overall. Stir frying is like my favorite thing in the world. I love stir frying. Uh, which is kind of interesting because my mom hates stir frying as a technique. Uh, I mean, I'm a chemist and that makes me a pretty good cook. That's not the same as being the best on the planet. You're always going to find somebody who's better than you at something. And my roommate happens to be better than me at baking. Uh, I'm very impressed with their baking. I'm very impressed with their baking. Uh, 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 let's. Hmm. I'm a worse baker. Bluntly, I'm a worse baker. I'm not a bad baker. I'm just kind of like less inventive with it, and I have less of a sense of it. Uh, Baking, I kind of have to rely a lot more on other people's work, a lot more, a lot more shoulders of giants in baking, from my perspective. Uh, Whereas with cooking, I usually have a pretty good sensibility for how to adjust recipes on the fly to suit people. Um, Nowhere near perfect, right? And like it definitely takes time to like learn people's preferences. Uh, you can't just do it. You can't always do it off the top of your head. Uh, but my knife skills aren't too bad. Uh, my sensibility about heat's pretty good. I don't never burn things, but I usually don't burn them on accident. Usually when I burn things, it's pretty on purpose. Uh, in the famous words of BoJack Horseman, it's not burnt, it's a char. And there we go. And there we go. A rather fortunate coincidence about about this dumpling recipe, by the way, is that uh, it's roughly uh, it is roughly 1 tablespoon of dough to 1 tablespoon of filling, which is a nice coincidence. Uh, it's a nice little piece of measurement there. Okay, there we go. Nope, nope. Not enough. Not enough flour. Not enough flour. Got to flour up the surface nice and evenly. Nice and even and light. And I don't like giant dumplings, because I don't know how they would cook in the steamer. Yeah, it's just a happy little ratio to have 1 to 1, right? Just a happy little ratio. Yeah, let's get a little bit more dough on there. And get you out. Yeah, my filling is already partially cooked. Yes, that's true. That's true. It's more. It's not so much like a worry because this is a vegetable dumpling, right? I can eat it raw. Uh, it would be bracing, um, to eat it raw because there's some fresh garlic in there, but it's certainly edible raw. Uh, but it's more like if it's a too big of a dumpling and I cook it the same way that I cook a smaller dumpling, the inside might be cold. Like it's not so much a concern about like it being like dangerous so much as it just being kind of unpleasant. Yep. Yep. There we go. And there we go. And hmm. Looks like I might be getting some flour into my cables. That's undesirable. So it goes. There we go. Myself a little bit more space. to work with. There we go, and okay. So that's 12 made out of a planned 60. Let's this is, as you can tell, going to take a while. Okay, and down here, and where did I put the water? There it is. There's the water. All right. Spritz it. Put this down. There we go, and uh, hello, Theophania. Welcome. Thank you. I wasn't planning to, but that's a good idea. That was a very good idea. I was, yeah, I was not planning on doing that, but that is a good idea. That is a very good idea. Get out of here. Okay. Crush it out. Absolutely. Absolutely. We are doing dumplings today. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. And yeah, this is very stretchy, very wet dough. Okay. And yeah, yeah. By the way, let me know if you want if somebody wants to change the music, I can mess around with that a little bit. Not know sure how much I actually want to right now. Though now I said that, and then I was like, wow, my Oh, my goodness, Mabel. My goodness. That's what happened. Thank you for the reminding. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, but I said like, oh yeah, I'll change the music, and then I was like, wait a second, my hands are all doughy and floury now. Wow, my goodness. Yeah, jeez. Foolish of me, foolish of me. Professional fool here. I was gonna say professional streamer, but no, professional fool here. The wise old man who is also the professional fool. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Solid. I am not actually bothered. I am not actually bothered. I don't need. I am fine. I am fine. Don't worry about me. I am merely having a little bit of a laugh at myself. A little bit of a laugh at myself. Yeah. I mean, thank you, Mabel. Like, no, Mabel's lovely. Mabel's lovely. Trying to remember how exactly I met you, Mabel. Like, I know we debuted at like nearly the same time, but we met each other like a month before then. I don't know how that happened. There we go. Oh, okay, it was the model reveal. Yeah, yeah. If somebody wants to, they can look at my artist and my rigger. If you type in exclamation point model, that should come up. There we go. Yep. Thank you, Mabel. Yeah, Sensational's wonderful. Sensational's wonderful. Thank you, thank you, Solid. Thank you, Solid. I'm trying to figure out where the camera is looking right now. Thank you. Yeah, no. Well, I just find Sensational really cool to work with. Like, I did go with Sensational, in a very different way from Mabel. Like, my priority, and like why I chose Sensational, why I worked with Sensational, was that it's kind of hard to find a VTuber designer that like focuses on very masculine body types. That was like the big thing. Yeah, but so like it was just kind of, if you are not a VTuber, if you've never done this kind of work, it's actually kind of surprising how often an artist just doesn't do male designs. They just very frequently don't do male designs at all. And the ones that do male designs tend to go for a much more anime pretty boy look, which is not what I wanted, right? I'm not an anime pretty boy. I am not a they go for the VTuber meta, as I like to put it, is a very like what's the word? Like gotcha game aesthetic, right? Like gotcha games is like kind of a lot of the core aesthetic. Um, it's things look a lot like Hoyo verse. Uh, yeah, there is like Daddy Dom, and I didn't want to be like that buff either. Uh, I didn't want to be that buff either. The specific design note, I made an entire slideshow. I made an entire slideshow for Sensational, uh, about what I did, and the thrust of it, the core of it was, the fundamental core of what I told Sensational was Uncle Iroh, but dressed for Knives Out. That was the core of it. That was what I was going. Well, and things looking kind of Genshin-ish isn't like an insult. I want to be clear. I want to be clear, Theophany. I don't think I've actually seen your design, but I don't mean that as an insult by any stretch of the imagination. But like, there's, in no small part because I don't know enough about Genshin to actually use it as an insult. But it's there's an emphasis on certain types of accessories and clothing styles. This kind of like fantasy version of Japanese streetwear is kind of how a lot of it looks to me. Fantasy Japanese streetwear. Yeah, there's flashy. Yeah, sure. Whenever I. Oh crap. Oh wait, no, that didn't turn out too bad. Again, I don't view this as like a problem. I want to be clear here. I'm not trying to crap on my peers who do that. I'm really not trying to crap on my peers who do that. This is not a negativity zone. It's just that I have a vibe, right? I have a vibe. I have a personality, and that personality didn't, to my mind at least, mesh with looking like that. And I can't really change my personality too much, right? Like that's like that's like kind of the big thing, right? Like I've got personality, and the personality is kind of like this thing I have to work with. I can change some amounts of my personality, blah blah blah, but ultimately, I've got the personality I've got the voice that I've got, and I've got to work with it. And so I work with it, and part of working with it is that I don't think that it makes a lot of sense for me to try to come across as if I'm like 18 years old. Which is kind of how I feel when I see a lot of those characters. Is it's like, this person's like 18 years old. And it doesn't make sense to me to try to come across as like super muscular, as super big, because I don't know, it seemed too almost menacing would be kind of the word I was looking for. I wanted to be very huggable. It was important to me to be very huggable. It's a big part of my personality. I'm a very huggable man. And I wanted a character design that physically displayed that. Right, I wanted a design that physically displayed that. 10 out of 10 for huggable? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think that there's definitely room. There's definitely room for more diversity. Oh yeah, the soft sweater was very important for that reason. The soft sweater, this big soft sweater was very important for that reason. Yeah. And let's put down a little bit of flour over here on this. Yeah, I have a sweater like this in real life. I'm not wearing a sweater right now because working with dough and food while wearing a sweater has the potential to be really gross. But and I am I don't feel the need to get any of my sweaters gross, but I have a lot of good sweaters. Yeah, I could wear one of my sweater vests, but I'm not actually that cold. I mean it's spring, right? It's functionally spring right now, at least weather-wise. Winter stayed long enough for Christmas and then left. Oh yeah, no, everybody I saw running today was running in shorts. Everybody who I saw running today was running in shorts. No, I didn't see a single person running in pants today. And Sweden's a long move to go from New York. That's a heck of a move. I am envious. I like the snow. I like the cold. I know it's unpopular. I know that's unpopular. But I mean, to me, like with the places that I've lived, you know, I spent a lot. I'm from the Midwest, and I lived a lot in the Upper Midwest, and so temperatures in the negative 50s are pretty normal. Not negative 50s. I'm sorry, negative 20s. I say negative 50s. Negative 50 is not. I've been in negative 50, but not with any frequency, and I would hate to do that. But negative 20 I've done quite a lot. Negative 20, negative 30. Which is very cold. That's very cold. That's very, very cold. There we go. And smush it down, smush it down. And let's get you rolled out a little bit. And roll it out. So I'm going to take a look at I'm going to recalibrate myself on this one. So that makes more sense to me now. Okay. That makes more sense to me now. I am like talking, I'm like above the camera while we're doing this. We've done 18 so far. No, 20. We've done 20 so far. We are 1/3 through. Good night, Emperor's Armpits. Good night, good night, good night. Good night. Have a lovely, lovely night. I have high confidence in these. I have high confidence in these. This recipe I've done half a dozen times, maybe more, and it's been pretty reliable in my experience. It's been pretty reliable to me. How to make mushroom and sauerkraut filling? That sounds delightful to me as a big sauerkraut fan. As a man who has been known to eat just sauerkraut on its own. Not as like a just sauerkraut, right? I like sauerkraut a lot. Sauerkraut tasty. European kimchi, as they say. Yeah. But yeah, I'm probably not going to eat these today because I didn't make any dumpling sauce. I should have made them. I should have made that yesterday. That would have been a wise thing to do. So I don't have any dumpling sauce. So I'd just be having just dumplings. Which I guess, I don't know. If I do one, that's not so bad. But, you know. I use, well, I mean, it's actually in that recipe. Well, at least it's linked from that recipe. But, garlic and, I like to use garlic and chili oil and soy sauce. So I like it relatively spicy. I like it relatively spicy. Not incredibly spicy, but I do like some amount of spiciness. But yeah, I also love garlic. I love garlic. This filling has like an entire head of garlic in it. I love garlic. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Okay, let's get you out of here. And get you down. I might need to take a little stretch here. After this one. And let's get down here. I believe this will be number 24. If I've been doing my math correctly. Oh. I mean, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I support this. I support becoming a spice fiend. I support I support the spice maniacs. I support my spice maniac brethren. And well, so far it's just rappers. So far it's just rappers. I haven't filled any of them yet. There have been no fillings so far. Spritz and cover. Spritzin and covering. So we got some Reynolds wrap to use as cover. And spritz it again on the other side. When my grandma used to make wonton, I would eat them as soon as they were out of the fryer. Yeah. And of course, I come from a white people family, so my parents made spicy food, but my parents made spicy food. My grandparents' food was extremely bland. Hello, shock value. So my opinion is actually not so much the quality, but that I'm very cheap. That is my actual opinion, is that, the price on dumpling wrappers around me is really expensive. I don't quite get it. Like the stores around me, they have dumpling wrappers for like as much as like a 5-pound bag of flour. It's like less than 100 wrappers, like a 5-pound bag of flour. And I am just like, I mean, Blue, we talked about this before, right? It came out to like, I think it was almost 10 cents a wrapper. Which, when you consider that this is like probably a penny, feels really bad to me. Feels really bad to me. But I thought we talked about this on the Discord. And I am just a really cheap person. Like we really need to emphasize that I am not as cheap as the people on /r/frugal, because those people are crazy. But I am always looking for a nice way to save to save a little bit of money. I am very much a penny saved. I mean, you can see that I am making my own dumpling wrappers. That's actually probably on the more extreme end. Yeah, it's like 10 cents a piece. It was like $100. It was like $10 for like 100 wrappers. I mean, the other thing, this is part of the reason why I don't. I mean, I'm doing it for a bunch of reasons, but like the initial reason is to save money, and I am not willing to make myself completely miserable to save money. It is worth remembering that I love cooking. Cooking is my like actual, real hobby. Video gaming is like my second string, third string hobby. Cooking is the real one. Cooking is the real stuff. Cooking is the real deal for me. So I don't. This is not a cooking task I particularly love, if I'm being completely real with you. I just kind of don't like working with rolling pins that much. Always hurts my back a little bit. It's not my least favorite cooking task. My least favorite cooking task is reductions. Myself the big stretch right now. Oh. There we go. There we go. Yeah, doing this, I'm like kind of, I'm bent over my desk, so it's going to weigh a bit on my back, my old man back. But yeah, I tend to try to look for ways to save a little bit of money. There are definitely places where I think it's worth spending the money. I'm not like the cheapest person on the planet, but particularly when it comes to cooking, if there's like, I can do this like the efficient way. I can do this like I will experiment, right? I will experiment with like, can I do this by hand? Can I do this from scratch? Again, part of that is cheapness. Part of that is I just kind of like to see how the traditional methods work. Right? I don't think it's worth so like one of the like a related one to this. I don't like making pasta by hand. I do not like making pasta by hand. I don't think it's worth it. Pasta's really cheap. And the benefit of I honestly think fresh pasta is just not that much better. I just think it's not that much better. I think that when it comes to most ingredients that you use in Chinese food, there's almost always the option to get Roland brand, and Roland brand is almost always inferior to the alternatives. So, like, the chili oil I prefer is Kame. Kame brand chili oil is a significant improvement over Roland brand chili oil, as like a very specific example. If you're going to get, I recommend spending the money for Shaoxing wine, and that's one where like different brands can be significantly better. A good Shaoxing wine is a huge improvement, as compared to soy sauce, where I don't think it matters very much. I just don't think it really matters very much. I think it's actually might be cheaper to buy baker's yeast than to cook sourdough, but I have tried both, and I usually just use baker's yeast. Like, do sourdough because you're trying to do sourdough. Don't do sourdough to save money on bread. I do recommend learning how to make sourdough, if only because, like, again, I think it's worth learning the traditional techniques, and just seeing, like, how people make them. How people used to make them. Just other than that, not only do you skip a whole prep step, as you can see, the prep step is like the longest part, right? Like, the prep step takes forever. So like, I absolutely understand. I absolutely understand. Yeah, sometimes time equals money. Absolutely true. And again, like, there's definitely places where, like, if I didn't like doing something, if I really dislike this, if I really dislike this, I would probably buy. I'd probably buy pre-made. What's some other things that are worth spending the money on? Getting decent black vinegar. Decent black vinegar is a good one. Good produce is always worth trying to pay attention for. I do find that you can get away with quite a bit, but like going from using green cabbage for everything to getting Napa cabbage when I can is a definite improvement. Oh, yeah. Now looking for the non-food items. I mean, travel. Let's be honest here. I have traveled a lot of I have traveled a lot of the U.S. on Megabus. Uh, I have traveled a lot of the U.S. on Megabus, and if you've got the money for it, yeah, I've done the Bolt bus a lot. I've done the Bolt bus. I've done all the various buses out of New York. But I've never done Bolt bus in like Illinois, right? Because it's not really an institution there. I still get a lot of texts from Peter Pan. If you've got the money, if you don't like really need to save the money, shell out for the plane ticket or the Amtrak. Like, good lord, it's. Oh, I have done a lot of. I think my longest bus ride was like 32 hours. Don't recommend. Genuinely do not recommend. Genuinely do not recommend. I actually once did a cross-country move via. Oh wait, no, I've actually done a lot of 30+ hour bus rides. I'm like having a lot. I'm now my early 20s is now like flooding back into me as I say that. Yeah, I actually once moved cross-country via Amtrak, and it was actually really cheap. It turns out that I don't know if this is still true, but when I did this over a decade ago, Amtrak had a really generous luggage allowance. They had a very, very generous luggage allowance. Yeah, it was like 400 pounds. And it turns out like I just didn't even own 400 pounds of stuff in total at the time. So I just did my entire move with a single Amtrak ticket. I mean, I had to get a taxi at the other end, but yeah, just an Amtrak ticket and a taxi was my entire moving expenses. Yeah. Not a bad way to do things, to be honest. Let's see. This is a dry layer. Another thing worth shelling out for is shoes. Other clothing items I tend to be pretty cheap about. But don't be cheap with your shoes, people. In particular, if you're a runner, which I am, I like running. I like running. Geezer Brigade out there on the racetrack. If you're running, it's really worth it. Dental. Shell out for dental. Absolutely 100% worth it to shell out for dental. I have no doubt in my mind about this one. I really, really recommend. I've learned to love the electric toothbrush. A solid electrical toothbrush absolutely saves you money long term. So I don't know how much that's the cheap option, but definitely worth it. Congratulations, Mora. Was it with the was it Balatro green steak? I found the green steak to be kind of a that one messed me up. A green steak I found kind of challenging. I was showcasing it to somebody the other week, the game, and I was like, well, I haven't beat it with green steak, but green steak is definitely a mental challenge. Uh, yeah. No. I know you're talking about decks. I'm sorry if I said steak. No, I was talking about the deck. Yeah, the green deck. Uh, yeah, that's true. You can only fight genetics so much. I'm actually kind of have my teeth tend to actually be biased relatively poorly, genetically speaking, and so I am very concerned with. This has made me very concerned about taking care of my teeth. I am actually quite fussy about my teeth, uh, and quite fastidious about brushing and flossing very regularly. Uh, well, I can say that as a person who brushes and flosses every day, and who the dentist actively tells me, like, wow, you're really good at brushing and flossing your teeth, I still get cavities pretty regularly. So, there's a real possibility that you have pretty good genetics if you don't regularly get if you don't have like fairly regular dental work. You have extremely good genetics then, Gringotts, at least from my perspective. You've been very blessed from my perspective. Uh, I do know that a thing that's a significant factor is how deep your teeth are. That deeper teeth prevents your presents more surface area for bacteria. I know that's like a known factor, or at least it was considered conventional wisdom when I was young. I was told it was a known factor. Now I'm realizing that I didn't actually ever check any sources. I just trusted what they said on the TV. Yeah. Coke is particularly bad for your teeth because it's not just sugary; it's also that the carbonation is a significant factor as well. Uh, hmm. I'm just trying to think about like other things that I think are really worth spending money on. Dental care is a big one to me. Shoes is a big one to me. Yep, the acidity. Uh, um, hmm. Yeah, Vershayan plushies. Yep. Don't spend on the cheap plushies. Don't buy the. What the heck is the? Is there a cheap Vershayan plushie? Like you would assume that the jetpack would be the cheapest one, but the jetpack's gonna be the best one because it's the jetpack. Uh, my calligraphy supplies are actually really cheap, Blue. Uh, I am learning increasingly that calligraphy is actually an extremely cheap hobby. Um, as hobbies go, like my entire like, let me think about it. Like my pens are like $15, which is like nothing, right? Uh, I mean, paints are very expensive. Traditional paints are very expensive, and canvases add up real fast. Yeah, $15 a pen. Yeah, this is $15, and this is like a deluxe option, Mora. This is like an expensive pen. I could have gone cheaper. I absolutely could have gone cheaper on pens. A lot of the professionals I know use cheaper pens. Yeah. No, calligraphy is very cheap as hobbies go. Calligraphy is exceptionally cheap. I've done several. I've done several, Theophania. I'm not going to show off my pens right now because like they're nice. But that's like my I don't actually have any super expensive pens. My most expensive pen's probably about $100. Most of my pens are, I mean, my calligraphy pens are all $15 each, right? The calligraphy pens are all $15 each, but the more traditional writing pens range from like 40 to like 100. I mean, the ink is not super expensive. The paper does add up, but like compared to Warhammer, which is honestly not that expensive as a hobby. So like my dividing line, right? My dividing line about expensive hobbies is cigarettes. I just cannot take seriously the claim that a hobby is super expensive unless it is more expensive than smoking cigarettes. Like it has to be more expensive than cigarettes for me to like really feel like it's an expensive hobby. Controversial opinion, I know. It's a little bit hard to get good numbers on it, but it looks like a New Yorker who has a typical cigarette habit will spend about $2,000 a year on cigarettes. Yeah. They are very expensive in New York, in particular. In other parts of the country, that might go down to like 700. Yeah, exactly, Hoomter. That's so many. I mean, we don't. Like we absolutely do not measure things only yearly. We absolutely do measure things. Monthly is very common, actually. Monthly is actually super common for Americans to measure things. But yeah, we do express broad budgets do tend to be annual because I don't know. We express income in annual salary and taxes in annual. Taxes are annual and and wage negotiations are annual as a rule. If you're negotiating for a new job, it's usually annual. So we do tend to put money in annual, but like we do tend to put money in annual. Well, I mean, it's how the bosses put it, so it's how we put it. And you know, taxes are annual, so that kind of makes it easy, right? Because taxes is kind of the big ones. Well, in Tohu, that's like the thing, right? Is that like, oh. Yeah, do they not have federal income tax where you live, Mura? Are you living in a libertarian paradise where you don't have federal income taxes? But yeah, we Let me stretch this one out here. And Toxic Squivy. Uh, well, I do not live in most places in the world. I live in one place in the world. I mean, the part that's more insane to me about the American taxes is not the part where, uh, like, that individuals have to handle it. It's the part where you're, it's the part where you have to, like, correctly understand how much taxes you owe the government, or like you get in legal trouble. It's super weird. And yeah, that's exactly yeah. Tohu is completely correct. I heard that there was some threat to that model, which makes me very happy because it's insane. Because completely insane that we do it that way. I might need to make another run for more parchment paper. Just back to the kitchen. But it does look like I may have run through the parchment paper. Crinkle crinkle ASMR. Yeah, it's the. I actually worked with a guy who had an entire accounting business that he only operated for 2 months a year. Like, it was literally not worth keeping the doors open outside of tax season. And he just did other jobs for the rest of the year. But during March, he just for late March into April, he was a tax accountant. But the rest of the year he did other things. Like he was usually, I think, an analyst the rest of the year. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, he worked very hard during those 2 months. I actually think about that guy a lot because it was one of those moments where I realized I was talking to somebody completely insane, where I was like, "Hey, how are you doing, man?" He was like, "Oh, I'm not doing so hot. I've been taking a wash on my day trading." And I was like, "Oh, wow, that sucks." And then he just shows me his Robinhood account where he lost like $60,000. And I'm just like, "Man, I don't know, I don't know you that well. This is really personal information." But also, don't day trade. I don't know, to the extent that I have any ability to give you advice, it's don't day trade. Like, yeah, don't day trade. It's if you are good enough, if you are knowledgeable enough to actually make any sort of money day trading, you do not need. Yeah, day trade a little as a treat. It's a particularly difficult form of gambling, is what day trading is. If you know enough about day trading that you can make money at it, you aren't listening to me, right? You don't need me to tell you this. If you are merely kind of curious about day trading and you don't already know a whole ton about it, which I'm assuming is the average person, to the extent that I have any advice to give you, is that you are going to get murdered. Bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered, is the phrasing. And if you know an average to even above average amount, well, make sure you figure out a way to limit your losses, Gringotts. That's what I say, because gambling addictions are some of the more ruinous addictions. I think, to what Muro Sensei just said, if you just want to gamble because you want to gamble, you could Uh, you could play Genshin. Oh yeah, if they tell you if you hear that, that means get out. Balatro. Yes, Balatro. Give brain cell back. Yep. Yep. Balatro. Balatro. I do love Balatro. That's true. That's true. I mean, my understanding is that the most important thing about getting engaged in gambling is to have real really strong ability to stop yourself when you start taking L's. Which is kind of definitionally the thing that gambling addicts don't have. So sorry. That's a shame, Mura-sensei. Please don't get into day trading or slot machines or online poker. That'd be my recommendation. Yeah, the most important thing, if you're gambling, try to be the person who owns the casino. Well, and here's the thing. I'm talking about. I am saying day trading. If you're not day trading, if you're just dumping your money in the stock into like the S&P or something, that's not gambling, right? Like that's not gambling. That's day trading is kind of different. Like you're just parking your money somewhere. Like that's whatever. Like I don't have any judgment about dumping your money in the stock market and like letting it rip. But the important, the rule about investing in the stock market is time in the market beats timing the market. And if you are the type of person who knows how to time the market and to day trade and stuff like that, you don't need my advice, right? Like I hope that like I don't want to like I hope I'm not like offending anybody, but like if you know enough to actually make money on that, you already know way more than me. If you know less than me about investing, my advice is to do the simplest, dumbest strategies you can. Do very conventional, very straightforward investing. But if you are, like day trading is a good way to lose a lot of money really fast. Slot machine-esque odds. All right, please, Tohu, take care of yourself. Hydrate well. You don't need to come back if you don't. If you can get some sleep, get some sleep. Don't worry about coming back to watch me continue making dumpling wrappers. Genuinely don't even know where I am in the dumpling wrapper process at this point. Yeah, get as much as you can. Get as much sleep as you can. Uh, I might be taking a short break here in a minute because I'm out of water. For myself, not for the dumplings. The dumplings I'm doing fine on. But for my own personal drinking, as a living person who needs to be hydrated, my water bottle is empty. Yeah, take a bath if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. But where was I going with that? That is not going anywhere. But yeah, please, as ever, you must take care of yourself, your health and your hygiene. Uh. Mm-mm. And that's a lot of wine. That's a lot of wine. I will actually take that step away from the computer right now. I will be back in like 5 minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom, get some water, and double check my supplies. So give me a few minutes here. Enjoy the fan art. All right, I am back. I am back. I missed some things in chat. Let me scroll back a little bit. Uh, uh, New Year's resolution to drink only socially. Yeah, I tend to not drink very heavily. Uh, and I am definitely more on the social drinker side. Um, I was one of those people who started who actually drank a lot less once COVID started, which I know is unusual. I know most people drank more when COVID started. Uh, but I don't know. I kind of only like it. I don't know. I only like it in context. Otherwise, it's just kind of expensive. Uh, Otherwise, it's just expensive. Let's get this down here. Vodka sauce cream cheese. Okay. That's one of my least New Yorker habits. Is I don't really care that much about bagels. I just don't really care that much about them. Uh, they're just not a big deal to me. Uh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, I don't hate them, but I don't love them either. Everything is my favorite, though. I will say that. Like, I do like everything's. Uh, Obviously, cream cheese options are a little bit limited for me, but to the extent that I have options for cream cheeses, tend to like garlic and chive when I have the options for them. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that they're. I'm just like these are fine. Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. Well, the rate that I'm going, you can walk here, and I'll still be making them. No, they're generally vegan friendly. They're generally vegan friendly. I've just never felt in love with them. And Blutiful, quite a lot, quite a lot. I am still currently on a streak of I have to think about this. The last time I had non-homed cooked food, I'm not including frozen meals count, right? I'm not. The last time I had food from that was like prepared by somebody else professionally was December. Hold on. December of 22, I think. Uh. Well, you are talking to the wrong guy, Mura, because I don't think about them very hard. And I hope that your sourdough turns out well, Kirill. I do think it's a little bit crazy that your first sourdough experiments are going to be pizza crust. But who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? Yeah, they're very popular in New York specifically. Yeah, they're bread. They're bread. It started from work. You're not ready for a whole loaf. But the thing is, like, loaves are easier than pizza crust. That's the thing. Like loaves are really easy. Oh man, I find loaves to be incredibly easy. I find fresh loaves of bread to just be like the easiest thing on the planet. Uh, like like minutes. Uh, like minutes. I do not know what a crap fen is. What is a crap fen? I have never heard of these. Uh, uh, oof. Could you say bread costs a loaf of dough? I guess. A German donut with no hole. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, we wouldn't use a separate word for that. I mean, maybe we would. I don't have donuts enough. Uh, I've made donuts in the last couple years. To be honest, I would probably make donuts more often if I made them without the hole, because the hole was actually the hardest part. Uh, but uh, I do find donuts on the whole to be like at a weird, kind of at a weird spot for me. Uh, where they're super sweet, but we tend to not serve them as a dessert item. We serve them as like a breakfast item. Oh no, Mura, yeast is vegan. Yeast is vegan. Uh, Yeast aren't animals; they're fungi. Eggs and milk are not. Eggs are not. No, no, no. And yeah, when I've made donuts, I've baked them. Uh, Mostly because I hate deep frying. I hate deep frying so much. Uh, I actually no. I said that reductions were my least favorite cooking step. That's a lie. It's deep frying. It's deep frying. I despise deep frying. Uh, I despise deep frying. It's just so awful to clean up. The cleanup from deep frying is just like the worst thing on the planet. Uh, it's exactly Hoomter. It's so gross. Uh, it is so gross. I hate it. You're supposed to throw it out. You're supposed to put it in a jar and put it in the garbage. That's like the appropriate thing to do. But like, oh my god, like, what a mess. Uh, See, Murrow, this is where the Americans have a superior technology. Americans just eat so much deep fried stuff that like that's just our norm. Like that's our default. Americans keeping things clean while doing deep frying is like how some people can eat rice with chopsticks. It's just a special technique we've got. We have to be good at something in this country, right? Yeah, it does depend on the rice. I've been working on that skill, but I tend to actually find it just kind of annoying to do. Uh, uh, Deep frying is something that's largely out of my diet, partially because of, again, the cooking thing, but also because, even before, uh, uh, yeah, the drain, it's the end of that that's awful. Oh, yes. Thank you, Mura. Uh, you are a true friend, Mura. Um, and... Let's That's good to hear. Yeah, draining it is disgusting. Draining, it's cleaning. It's a cleanup afterwards. It's so vile. Yeah. And this is just like a little bit of old man moment. You're gonna get just old man nonsense right now. Fried thing, greasy food is like my main heartburn trigger. And it took me forever to figure out what the heck was happening, because like I had been told so frequently that the heartburn trigger in TV shows and movies and stuff like that is spicy food. And so I would like have some French fries and I would feel awful. I would have some French fries and I'd feel absolutely awful. And then I would like, I'd be like, is that heartburn? I feel like I'm too young to get heartburn. This was like in my like late 20s. It's like in my late 20s. I was like, is that heartburn? I thought like that was like an old man thing. And then so I'd like have some spicy food afterwards. You know, I'd have some Indian or something like that, and I'd be like, no, that feels fine. That feels fine. It's pretty consistently just because it's a matter of the physical properties of the oil blue. Like that the reason why oil, it turns out, is actually a really common heartburn trigger. And also, interestingly, mint is a common heartburn trigger. But so the reason why greasy food, oily food gives you heartburn, if it is a heartburn trigger for you, is just mechanics. It is purely mechanics. It's not chemical. It's not a chemical reaction. It's that the well, I can explain the mint thing in a minute, because the mint works in a different way. So the reason why, for people who get heartburn from greasy food, the thing that is happening is that, so, you know, you go down your esophagus. I don't know why I'm indicating with my body, like you can see my chest. So your food goes in your stomach, and it goes down your esophagus, and then it goes down to your stomach. And at the bottom of your esophagus, there is a valve, right? There is a valve that, at the top of your stomach, that keeps your stomach acid inside your stomach. Right? You're following along so far? And so greasy food, the grease gets on the sides of that valve, on the parts of the valve that connect, and they prevent the valve from sealing properly. And that's it. That's it. It's purely mechanical. It's purely mechanical. It's not a matter of the chemical properties or the health properties of it. It's just the physics of it, the mechanics. And I think that's neat. I think that's neat. I think that's a neat little piece of trivia to know about your body, about our horrifying bodies. So mint is actually a similar one. Yeah, caffeine's a common one. I don't understand the caffeine trigger, to be honest. The mint trigger is actually related, which is that valve is a muscle, right? That valve is a muscle that has to push itself back into place. That's how it works, right? It opens up, and then the body pushes the then the sphincter, as they call it. Yeah. Trying to get a grip on this. The sphincter at the top of your stomach it's a pretty gross word. So with mint, the thing is that mint relaxes your muscles. That's what's happening. That's all that's happening, is that mint relaxes your muscle, causes your muscles to relax. The end. Uh, it's more relaxed. Because it's more relaxed, it doesn't form as tight of a seal. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's how mint gives you heartburn. If it happens to be a problem for you, mint is not a problem for me. I have a ton. I eat a lot of mint. It doesn't give me a problem. Alcohol's got a similar effect. Alcohol causes everything to relax because it's alcohol, and so that can be another one. That causes the muscles at the sphincter to relax, and then you get heartburn. I mean, it's got mint in it, so... I mean, again, Blue, if you don't have heartburn symptoms, don't worry about it. Like, if you experience heartburn, then start doing some, like, testing to figure out what's giving you heartburn consistently. But, like, if you're not already getting heartburn, who cares? Right? Like... Oh, I love mint chocolate. I love mint chocolate. I love mint chocolate. Mint chocolate might be the ultimate flavor combination, to my mind. I love mint and I love chocolate. No, those are like two of my favorite things. I love mint chocolate. No ambiguity from me at all. No question. 100% all in. Stuff's great. I mean, what were you gonna do if I didn't? Right? Like... Interestingly, I feel like in America we don't usually label... Like, we're not consistent about labeling the differences between mints and between different types of mint. Like... To the extent that I'm not actually entirely sure. Oh, yeah, if you do something like that, yeah, that's a problem. I still kind of struggle with, like, instant ramen. Like Maruchan. Like, I still kind of struggle with that, because I did have a period of my life where I was very broke. And so I ate, like... I just ate it all the time, right? Because it was 10 cents. You know, it was like 10 cents a It was like 10 cents a box, for instant ramen, and I didn't have a lot of money, and I didn't have a lot of space to cook in, and so I ate it all the time. And now it's just like... I don't know, just even thinking about eating Maruchan at this point. Pretty unappealing to me. And I'm a much better cook now, so... I think most mint chocolate is peppermint? It could be. It could be. That sounds right to me. I only can keep track of two. I can only keep track of two. I can only keep track of peppermint and not. I can keep track of peppermint and not. I love the flavors, but like I'm trying to think if I've ever had wild peppermint, because like I've had a lot of wild mint, right? Like I've definitely just like eaten mint off of the side of the road. It was just growing there. But I don't know if I've ever like seen a... Is peppermint a plant? I mean, it is a plant. It's a plant, but like, what kind of... Is it a tree? Is it a bush? Is it a flat? Is it like a annual flower? Like, I don't know how different it is. Like, it's obviously a plant. It's obviously a plant. Like, but it's just like, what kind of plant is it? Because I don't know that I've seen... Oh, good luck, good luck. Google might tell you insane things. Yeah, wild mint hunting stream. It doesn't really grow around here. I haven't seen mint in this area of the country. I've seen it a lot in the Midwest, but I've never seen it in where I live. For some reason, my brain wants peppermint to be a tree, but I have no idea why. That is not based on anything real. Giving yourself a little stretch. Stretching that shoulder. Used Melissa. Just ground up Melissa. Just found Melissa and ground her up. Mint used in tea. Interesting. And Aspen, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I feel like I've been missing your streams recently, and I feel bad about it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen something I can buy in the store on the shelf that's just called Melissa. Again, our mint options are pretty limited. Like we generally just call it mint. That you can buy out by the leaf. Well, by the bundle? Well, I'm glad that you're able to be here. I'm glad that you're feeling great. I'm glad that you're feeling great. I'm glad that you're feeling great. Press it out. And... Oh, okay. There we go. And let's get some more out here. And yeah, I am just making a ton of dumplings. I'm currently just making the wrappers, which is the most time-consuming part. Oh, lemon balm. Lemon balm I have seen. Lemon balm I have seen. Huh. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's not native to the Americas. That's deeply unsurprising, right? Oh, Shanshe, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It is nice to have you here. Oh. And let's... Ah, thank you. That's very kind of you to say, especially because my microphone situation is not up to par at the moment. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it, and I am glad to be making your day a little bit nicer. I wonder how many people are in my chat just nursing hangovers. Or just exhaustion. Hmm. And you're used to your bed. I mean, this microphone's so bad. Yeah, no, I've been having a lot of microphone problems. My good microphone is on the fritz. My bad microphone is... My secondary microphone's bugging out. We're on to, like, microphone, like, number 4. Not even in terms of, like, replacements, just, like in terms of, like, backup. We're on, like, backup layer number, like, 4. So... Okay, if I am peaking, that's actually really good to know. Means that my limiter is... I don't want to adjust things right now. But yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, like, this microphone's literally 50 cents, Shanche. Like, we are literally talking about a... We are talking about a literal 50-cent microphone. Nursing a hug hangover. Aw. Oh, Matthew, that's actually a really fun story. So I'm actually really picky about the physical shape of the ear piece on my headsets. If I'm using earbuds that are uncomfortable, I get really cranky about it. So I am really picky about that element. And the bodega near me used to sell ones that were very good. And then they stopped carrying them. They cost about $10. And they stopped carrying them. And so I looked up so what I did was I tried to find them online. And I couldn't find them online in any reasonable form. And eventually I managed to chase down the, manufacturer. I managed to trace the manufacturer, to Shenzhen. So I found their site in Chinese, and managed to find the particular model, and the minimum order was 100 pairs for $50. So I bought it. So... yeah. So that's what I'm using as my headset. That was including shipping. I think with shipping it came out to $51.23. I actually go through them kind of fast. I'm actually really rough on my headsets. It's part of the reason why I'm like really like my little brother's an audio guy. And I'm really mistrustful of his recommendations, because he'll be like, oh, like, just spend like $120 on these over-the-ear headsets, and they'll last you like 10 years, and then I break them in like a month. Because like I have these things in like almost 24/7. Like, these things are... Like, I sleep with these in, I go running with them. He's not. Well, the thing is, like... Yeah, I'm pretty hard on him. I also hate over-the-ear headphones a lot. I really prefer earbuds. My brother's really picky about sound, but I have learned that he just doesn't like human voice. Like, which shouldn't have surprised me that much, because he mostly listens to, like, instrumental death metal. But, like, he thinks Adele has a bad voice. He thinks Adele's music would be better if she wasn't singing. Adele. Like... Yeah, but he always thought that. He always thought she sounded unpleasant. He always thought that she had an unpleasant vocal quality. He is an instrumentals guy, Gringotts. He's extremely an instrumentals guy. And, like, he's a guitarist. Like, that's what he does. He's a guitarist. I wasn't going to say that out loud, Beautiful Angel, but I have been thinking about it for a few years. I have been thinking about it for a few years. Yeah, I have been thinking about a specific one for a few years. Yeah, he's just not into vocals. Like... And again, like, I don't know how surprising that should be, like... Because, like, I mean, to me, I just have bad ears. Like, I do have a neurological disorder that impacts my ability to hear things in a different way than it does for him. Kinda everything sounds more or less the same to me. It's a processing disorder, right? It's an ADHD symptom. I definitely have an ADHD symptom that, like, makes audio processing very difficult for me. Nope. Like, so part of the reason why I'm using 50-cent headphones is that I'm very picky about the shape of the earphone, and I'm very picky, and I want it to be either very durable or very replaceable. But, like, I actually can't hear the difference between, like, really good microphones and really bad ones. Like, I just, like, literally can't hear it. It like, does not make any difference to me. I actually don't understand what open back headphones mean. Like, I need to check out what that actually means. That is another thing, Mora, is that most of the good headsets I've used give me headaches. They feel like they're clamping my head. Massive preference for earbuds for that reason. Among other reasons, but that's, like, part of it. Yeah, pretty much any set of headphones that, like, the ear components are connected to each other. Awful experience for me. I mean, Mura, honestly, I recommend it because you never know when you're going to, you never know when you're going to, when the manufacturer's going to die and just disappear completely. Like, you just never know when that's going to happen. If you find something you really like, for a lot of things, I recommend just buying it, like, a ton of it. Like, even really good companies that are really, they have, like, 100-year histories will, like, sometimes just disappear out of nowhere. So, like, yeah. Yeah, Logitech might just die. Like, we don't know that. I think there's a pretty non-zero chance that NVIDIA goes under in the next 10 years, right? Yeah, that's what happens, the Gringotts, yeah. And yeah, Aspen, that's all very true. That's all very true. That like it doesn't like it's not just skill, it's like whether or not it actually appeals to you. I mean, I can think of particularly, again, I like death metal, and so I can think of some death metal singers who I can tell you are definitely very technically skilled. But like if you don't like death metal, who cares? Open back is where outside sound can come in. Oh, interesting. I've never seen that then. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that looks like. Or how that operates. Like, can other people hear your music? Well, in the case of guitar, which I don't really know more about. I know more about the discourse. I know more about the discourse around around guitar than like I actually know it. But like, there's a kind of funny one around Kurt Cobain in particular. Like Kurt Cobain will sometimes show up on lists of like really great guitarists. And like, really? Cobain? You sure about that one, buddy? I say this as a guy who likes Cobain. I like Nirvana. I think Nirvana's reputation in general is very well deserved. I just don't think that reputation rests at all on Kurt Cobain being a noteworthily good guitarist. Yeah, he's not bad, but he's not like amazing. He's not like, we're not talking about Yngwie Malmsteen here. It's what he is he's a very good writer. That's what he really is. He's a very strong songwriter. I'm not sure what other reputation you mean, unless you mean dead. Like that's kind of what his reputation is. Dream Theater, I do like Dream Theater. I do like Dream Theater. Not all of Dream Theater. Dream Theater I sometimes think gets a little up their own butts. Sometimes a little bit up their own tukas. Octavarium is a ridiculous album. But Metropolis is a really good album. It's I think Dream Theater can be extremely. I think there's a lot of very good Dream Theater. Yeah. Exactly kind of where I'm going with it. I think his technical skill was adequate to his task. I think his technical skills were adequate to his task. Oh, I love Polyphia. I really like Polyphia a lot. I was really floored when a few years ago Polyphia started blowing up because they'd been like one of those bands I'd been listening to on Bandcamp for years. And then like I was just like on YouTube and it was like the number like 3 most viewed video of the month with like 20 million views or something. I'm like, when the hell, when did Polyphia blow up? Yeah, I really like Polyphia. Pliny is really good. If you like Polyphia, Pliny is really good. Anything by Stig Urklev is probably going to be very good if you like Polyphia. I really like Stig Urklev. Yeah. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, Raiders! I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Hold on, I need to find my keyboard so I can give the shout out to Hana. What were you doing, Hana? What were you doing, Raiders? Nope, I'm on the wrong window. S-O at Terra Kawa Hana. Elden Ring, Elden Ring. Don't spoil it. Because I might play it at some point. I don't know when, because I'm still not through Dark Souls 1. And hello, Wande. Hello, Wande. Let me hold on. Let me get the other people. Let me get through the new people. Hello, Sam Janyas. Hello, of course, to Terakawa. And yes, of course, hello to Wande. 63 attempts at trying to beat the pre-tutorial boss. Okay, so Hana is an Almantas tier bad. Almantas tier bad. Yes, thank you for the follow, Sam Janyas. Blue, you weren't here for this, were you? Blue wasn't here for July. Yeah, hold on, I can turn it on very quickly. Yeah, you weren't here for July. There. There. That's the results from my last. Oh, have a good night, Samjanius. Please sleep well. Please sleep well. But thank you for coming by. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for the follow. The real punchline, Blue, is that was there was a point when that was at 123 and 0. It was 123 one day. I remember it very distinctly. It was 123. And we've got like 20 people clipped it. It's like half of my clips. Like half of my clips are me beating the asylum demon at this point. This came up. This all came up yesterday on Monday, because I was playing Opus Magnum, a game I am not bad at. And Jules was like, "Wow, hello, Stressed Owl. Welcome in. Oh, the pre-tutorial boss is not something you're supposed to beat? Okay. So you're not me bad. You're not, because I was having I died 123 times to a boss that you are supposed to be able to beat. I think. That's, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Hoomter. I'm pretty bad. I'm just bad at action games. I'm just bad at action games, is what it is. But yeah, it was kind of funny that Jules yesterday was like, watching you, like now I understand more about why you're specifically bad at Dark Souls in the specific ways that you're bad at Dark Souls. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell he means by that, but I guess I'll find out later. Yeah, Hana doing that Kobayashi Maru. Hana doing that getting on that Kobayashi Maru terrain. And I'm small. Thank you for the coat toggle, and thank you for the small. Oh, we're getting into the home stretch here. Get into the home stretch here at 3.5 hours. So, like 10 more? You may never know, sadly. Also, hello, Jules. Hello, Jules. I just had to make fun of you a little bit for you to appear. I haven't played Dark Souls 2, only one so far. Only one so far. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm just bad at action games. I don't know. I mean, you can see the actual progress up there, right? I have died 440 times, and I have killed a grand total of 22 enemies. So far in the entire run. I was in some sort of underground forest, I think, when I got lost, and decided to play other games on stream. Enemies. All enemies count. Oh no. Not the pads. Not the pads. Oh my goodness. Not the pads. Smush a little bit, smush a little bit, smush a little bit, and get it down here. The bodega pats. It was Code Vein. I didn't know that that's what Code Vein was. I actually have no idea what Code Vein is. I thought Code Vein was an anime. Oh, Bodega's great. I love Bodega. I love Bodega. She's so nice. She's so nice, and she is so cursed. The poor woman is cursed with she is cursed not only to love Sonic, but to understand how bad Sonic is. Because like I know plenty of VTubers who love Sonic, but like Charlotte doesn't understand how bad Sonic is. Charlotte doesn't understand what bad is. I think Lone Star understands what bad is, but I don't know if that means anything to him. But Bodega understands. Bodega understands what she has been cursed with by being a Sonic fan. Bodega can see the contours of her prison. The bad game. I don't really have Sonic opinions in general. I understand that it is bad. I understand that Sonic Heroes in especial is extremely bad. That's my main understanding. Is how bad Sonic Heroes is. That's all I really got. The only Sonic game I really played was for Like one of the really early ones for the Game Gear. Like maybe was it Sonic 2 maybe? It was one of the 2D platformers. I've played one of the 2D platformers. Yeah, I understand both. Yeah, Jules and Theophania, I understand. That happens. That happens. That happens. You are correct. You are correct, Blue. You are correct. That is correct. I'm not running low on flour. I've got tons of flour. And thank you for the blessings. I'm not running low on flour. I got plenty to go. So, getting there. We're getting there. I don't think I could, and I wouldn't want to because I put on the sweater. I also don't know how to do that. To be honest, does that even work with flour? Does that work with flour? That's just getting my arm hair. Like, I think that would just get in my arm hair. Also, I'm trying to minimize the messiness because this is actually my computer desk. Like, this is actually my computer desk. You get like you almost saw my monitor right there. Yeah, I didn't think it would work with flour. Yeah, Hana gets it. Yeah. I mean, my hair is going gray only, like, insanely slowly. Right? I still have very dark hair at this point. I could use some acceleration on the going gray. And I always assumed I would go gray young. Because... because my mother went gray young. And I mostly take after my mother. But... my mom was pretty much entirely gray by my age. And... I have, like, 2 gray hairs. Total. By contrast... my dad didn't go gray, didn't even start going gray until his 60s, and still had a lot of black hair when he was like 70. So, like, guess it's gonna be a while. Maybe it'll average out. That's true. Genetics can be like that. I mean, it would be nice if I got more of my dad's genes on the health and longevity stuff, because his side of the family was a lot longer. Dad's side lives much longer than mom's side. So that would be nice. That would be nice if I just generally took after that side for the aging. I do have a couple of tactical grays, but they're all in my beard. Nope. Still need some more in there. It's smooshed out. There we go, that's good. You know what? You know what? I think after this one. All right, Matthew. Have a good night. Have a good night. It was lovely having you here, Matthew. And I hope you managed to make affiliate. I hope you made affiliate. I'm sure it's just a matter of time for you. I don't even think it's. I think it's going to be very soon for you. Yes. Have a lovely night. Please don't say that. Please choose a better word. Okay, you did make affiliate. Congratulations, Matthew. Congratulations. Congratulations. So that means that you get to do your affiliate anniversary. You get to do your affiliate anniversary. Sorry, I thought I heard my phone ringing. On New Year's. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. I mean, that's actually the more fun part, right? It's not even that fun, but it's definitely more fun. It's definitely more fun. And yes, Tohu, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better now that you've got Le Bath in. Alright, and... Everything hurts but you feel less gross? That's good. That's an improvement. And to a certain extent, we can only ever ask for improvement, right? Well, that's something of a gender divide right there, Blue, that I find kind of interesting. That, like, most men I know don't actually really keep around ibuprofen so much. It should come out to about 60. If I made the right proportions, it should be 60. Yeah, NSAIDs are not generally super powerful. Ketorolac is, but Ketorolac's crazy. So, yeah, your standard OTC NSAIDs are not that. Yeah, a fair number of guys do. It's just not as universal. Like I don't keep ibuprofen around. Because I just don't find it very effective. I find it mostly kind of makes me kind of like... It kind of makes my, like, me zoned out and annoyed. It definitely makes me irritable. Yeah, and you call yourself a feminist? This is why I can't be a feminist, right? That's why I don't call myself a feminist. It's not because of my usual stated reason, where I haven't been published in a feminist journal. But it's because I don't have ibuprofen. Alright, Theophania, it was wonderful to have you here. It was wonderful to have you here. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair, Tohu. That's fair. Yeah. Honestly, I've just never been impressed with any OTC painkillers, if I'm being completely honest. And to be honest, I'm not even impressed with Oxy. I think the only painkillers I've actually been impressed with have been Ketorolac, which again is crazy. That stuff's nuts. And Novocaine. I've had some other coca related painkillers, and those have all been very effective. Entirely possible, or more likely extremely heavily regulated. Novocaine's very effective. I do need to, when I do go to the dentist, I always ask them to triple dose me for Novocaine. It's entirely likely, Hoomter, that you have Novocaine, but under a different name. Because, like, there's no reason why it would be the same name, right? It's just like a... As far as I know, that's just like the trademark name or, like, whatever. I've never heard of that. Nimesulide. I've never heard of that. But yeah, Novocaine is like it's a type of cocaine, basically. Functionally what it is. Metal, essentially Tylenol with caffeine. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Caffeine's it's fairly good for dealing with headaches. I use I will sometimes use caffeine for headaches, but I have to be very careful about it because it's very frequent for me to Oh, one day, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you for the 10 months. Oh no, yeah, Wanday's got the money. Wanday's got the money. Wanday's got the money. Get the gallows. I don't know if I don't think he's a capitalist. I think he just works for one. Like so many of us do. Oh no. Okay, let's... Let's keep it... Okay. I am sorry, Hana. Oh. Crush this out. I think this last one will basically be my last one. Yeah, but just because you enjoy it doesn't mean you own a business. Being a capitalist is a question of whether or not you derive your income from the produce of stocks, rather than the exchange of your labor. If you exchange labor for a wage, you're just a worker. Not a capitalist at all. Okay, I think that is actually 60. I think I actually got it right. I think I did actually get it right. So that means that in a few minutes, we are going to be assembling. So that means it did not take me quite 3 hours to do the wrapper creation, because I didn't start until after the hour. So that's an hour and 45, so a little bit over a minute per wrapper. Oh, my shoulders. Okay. I will be back in a few minutes, though. I'm going to use the bathroom. Oh, wrong button. All right. Oh, there we go. There's hand cam. Oh, gotta reset it. Time to do a couple resets. Nope, no good. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. I hope your dumplings are good. I hope your dumplings are good. So, we got the wrappers over here. And then flour, water, and the filling is here. The filling's still warm. The filling is still warm after all of that. Alright. I'm going to try to be relatively diligent about this, because it's going to get messy if I don't make a decent move of it. And that could be gross. That could be quite gross. In fact, I'm going to... and putting on the apron. Let's get one more roll-up on that. Nope. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. There we go. And let's get some flour on here. Yes, we are. That's true. That's true. We are. Alright, let's start the worst made dumpling. Yeah, it needs a little bit more in there. You can't just say those things? Yeah. Yeah. We're closer to 2100 than we are to 1900, right? There. Dumpling. See, I've been making the joke for a while, Wande, that boomers are a being a boomer is like being a werewolf. If you're exposed to boomers too much, you become a boomer. That's how it works. At the most extreme, I would even go so far as to say if you've ever met a boomer, you become a boomer. You know, total zombie apocalypse rules for the boomers. It will be particularly odd for the case of the United States because of the way that our political system has worked out. We're so gerontocratic that even the boomers don't get to be in politics. Right? Like Yeah. Does Cleo even drink Monster? Cleo doesn't feel like a Monster drinker to me. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, I was like, that doesn't feel right. Biden's a silent generation. Biden's part of the silence. Biden is firmly a silent generation guy. She's a Peroni girl. Is that like a pierogi? I don't know what Peroni is. I don't know. I don't know my stereotypes about energy drinks. I know that Char's a Monster drinker. That's the big one I know. Ah, okay. It's an Italian beer. Yeah, never heard of it. I don't think it should surprise too many people that America doesn't really import a lot of Australian. I'm sorry, a lot of Italian beer. Ah, because she's a fucking Venaboo. That's fair. That's fair. Asahi did a lot of work improving the brand. All right. I mean, I know this is an unpopular opinion in VTuber land where everybody where we're like weebdom is mandatory. I think Asahi kind of sucks. Like, yeah, sorry, it's just I just don't think it's very good. I think it's very low. Uh, I would never serve Asahi to guests. Right, that's kind of how I would put it. I mean, we don't really have a distinction there. Uh, I guess like maybe we just don't use tap the way that you're using it, because like for us, a tap beer is literally any beer that you put on tap. There's like there's no like limit to the quality of it. Like you could put a $5,000 whiskey on tap if you wanted to, and like um compared to an American macro lager, it's better. Yeah. Uh, most of them. There's the Founders one. There's the Founders made a macro lager that's not that bad. But I don't think Asahi's like. Ah, okay. Yeah. No, you tap anything here. Uh, that's not how we would use the phrase. Yeah, it's just tap is just whatever happens to be on tap. Uh, oh yeah, I did not cook down the juices from this one well enough. All right. How bad do you think it is? I'm doing a simple. I am not doing it, Wande. You are not getting me. I am not making clips right now. My hands are a mess. Um, Humter, tell me how much are you judging my folding technique? What's the problem with my folding technique? I think my folding technique's perfectly workmanlike. Uh, oh wow, okay, all right. Dang. I was more worried about Blue's judgment. Because I figured that Polish folding techniques would just be whatever, different entirely. Yeah, I'm just doing a simple double pleat. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? I have learned to be more careful than that. Let's see, I think I can fit in another one up here. Without them sticking all together. Oh, that one's gonna fall apart. Alright. No, what's wrong? Tell me. I like to know what I could do better. I'd like to know what I could do better. I like to improve. Backseating is welcome here. You can backseat my dumplings. You can backseat the dumpling stream. I'm allowing backseating of the dumpling stream. We are not doing a blind playthrough of folding dumplings. Let's see, how bad am I gonna run out of space here? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Might be able to get 4 in here. Oh yeah, gonna. Yeah. Squeeze the edges between thumb and index. Huh. Thank you, Cielo. Thank you, Cielo. Oh. Alright, where do I do this? Okay. Honestly, I've learned a couple of other dumpling folding techniques. I just always go back to the double pleat. The double pleat just feels the most natural and looks the nicest to me. So I just keep on coming back to it. Let's get a little bit of... Oop. Yeah. Oh, I mean, the purse one, the one where it like looks like a European style money purse. That one is hard. That one I've never quite gotten right. The wonton technique I've done correctly a fair number of times. But I just kind of don't like it as much. Mostly because it feels like it doesn't cook as evenly. There we go. Well, I might have to look it up. Actually, no, I don't want to look it up. I want to just keep moving. That one's ugly. That one's ugly, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, absolutely, I'd love that Humter. I'd love that Humter. I would love that. Okay, and mush, and up, and rotate, and oh. Those heads are really menacing. Those heads are really menacing. Now I'm just like, oh my god, am I just doing like the worst job? Am I embarrassing myself? Should I just call stream early? Oh, you already said you're judging me. Uh, being judged for my poor folds. My poor foolish folding. Well, let's get it in, and... There we go. Okay, that's 12 so far. See, I'm much faster. The folding's going much faster. Oh, that skin. We might have a casualty. We might have some dead soldiers here. Yeah, we got some casualties here. We're down to 58. Two of those rappers just died. Didn't make it across no man's land. Oh, 7. Yeah. Okay. There we go. And... Oh. There we go. Let's get you down here. Soda dumpling pincushion. A good choice of time. A good choice of time, if you ask me. And... Oh. Pull it in here, and... Alrighty, alrighty. Oh, yeah. Yeah, these are quite mushy. Well, this is part of the reason why I wasn't really, like, this is part of the reason also why I'm not inclined to try to, like, make them even mushier and less regular, because they're already fighting you enough, right? These things are already fighting you enough, and I need all the help I can get, right? With how terrible my technique is. Oh, yes, yes. So the recipe is actually pinned. Unless you dismiss the pin, in which case, LOL. The these are vegetable dumplings. So it is 2-1-1, basically, by volume. More or less 1-1-1 by mass of cabbage, carrots, and mushrooms. I have made one substitution from the recipe, which is that instead of garlic chives, which I could not find, I have garlic and chives. As just two things. There is... so let's see... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8. Yeah, and I think that's a fine substitution. From experience, I can tell you that that recipe says that you can substitute dry sherry for Shaoxing. Do not do that. Do not do that. You really want that Shaoxing. Shaoxing is worth spending money on. If you get into Chinese cooking. If you do get into Chinese cooking as a cuisine, Shaoxing is absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth the expenditure. Yeah, I like this recipe a lot. Walks of Life is a very reliable recipe site in my experience. I really enjoy that they've got like 5 different recipes for scallion pancakes. I think is really funny and cute. I think it's really funny and cute that they've got so many different scallion pancake recipes. I think it's the dad's one that I prefer the most. Okay, and let's... Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'm gonna... Hold on a second, I just realized I've still got the death counter up, which we don't need because I'm not playing Dark Souls right now. Let's get some... Let's just make sure this cover a little bit better. Hello, Raven Dramatic. Hello, Raven Dramatic. I am making dumplings. These are vegetable dumplings. So, dumpling filling, dumpling wrapper, completed dumplings. I made the dumpling wrappers myself earlier on stream, which took forever. Almost 3 hours. It's so true, Cielo. But yes, that's what I'm making, Raven Dramatic. And... Yeah, I mean, it's New Year's, right? It's New Year's. I know that, like, it's more of like a lunar New Year thing, but I'm too white. I am too white. And yes, I do know that there are white cultures that celebrate Lunar New Year. But... Ah! Well, authenticity is a scam. I will say, I guess authenticity I shouldn't say is like a scam, but it's worth knowing... It's worth experiencing lots of different things. And, you know, it's like... Having Indian food in India is worth doing just so you know what it's like. Right? Like, it's worth kind of doing that so you know what it's like. But, you know, life is too short to be posturing about that kind of stuff. Uh, Celtic New Year. Ah, I see. I see. Uh, I am a plastic patty in the parlance. So the only traditions I know are the ones that came over on the boats. Ones that came over on the boats and the ones that we made here. But oop. Oh yeah, yeah, saw wine. Saw wine. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. I was like, oh, that yeah, there we go. Saw wine. Yeah, saw wine. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely didn't grow up celebrating that for what it's worth. But I do recognize the word now that you I do recognize it now that you mention it. Yes. Just needed a reminder. Just needed a little bop. Just needed a little knock on the head to be reminded of what Samhain is. But yes, yeah, there's a lot of tribes in here. I mean, okay, Humter, please get some rest. Please get some rest. I know it is very, very cold where you are. Stay warm, stay safe, stay healthy, sleep well. Okay, this is... There we go. There we go. Okay, excellent. We're making pretty good progress. Yeah, once we got past the rolling the dough, it went pretty quickly. Turned into a cooked lobster in the sun. Yeah, I'm not good with I'm not super great with the sun myself. You can see what my skin tone looks like. You know, the flowers not helping my complexion, but you can tell that I'm pretty pale. My solution is to just kind of never not wear long sleeves and long pants. Victorian maiden, yeah. I have not yet caught consumption. But who knows? Who knows? I've got plenty of time left, right? I've got plenty of time left to pass away fashionably of the coolest disease to die of, according to perverts. Well, according to a specific type of pervert. Yeah, I hate the way that your skin feels after you put on sunscreen. So I fairly frequently just like I just try to avoid the sun and I just try to wear a lot. Am I wrong, Cielo? They do. Well, I guess I should be fair to the pervert community. There are plenty of perverts who have no particular opinions on TB. Because perverts are like that. But there is a significant number of people who think that TB is really sexy. I don't know if they're still around, but there definitely were. Definitely were a significant contingent of people who thought that dying of TB was really sexy and cool. And I gotta say, those guys are fucking perverts. I don't feel... Oh yeah, no, Cielo, this is like a whole thing. If you study Victorian literature, it's like a whole thing. It's like a whole thing. Like Dickens was into that. No, it wasn't so much that, Blue. It was that it was a combination of the fact that like it tended to kill young people, but also the specific way that it killed you didn't tend to negatively change your appearance. Like that was the big reason, was that it was like a way of being dying, which is like romantic, right? You know, it's this whole like romantic thing about like, you know, death and the morbid and stuff like that. But you also got to be young and hot. Right? Like whereas like if you die of leprosy, you turn all ugly and crazy looking. That was the reasoning. That was the reasoning. Exactly. It was very much that. John Solo. Ah, thank you. A lot about Norse and Greek mythology. Yeah, my mythology knowledge is usually is not totally weak, but it's relatively weak. Like my current consumption, haha, has been Roman economics. I've really been enjoying the Roman economics that I've been reading. And there's a bunch of Bronze Age political infrastructure that I want to catch up on. Because I remember listening to some interviews with some historians where they talked about the influence of mafia studies on the study of ancient Egypt. And that I think is really interesting. Right, just like treating an ancient priesthood as a form of mafia is, I think, very interesting. Hold on, I'm doing some math. You didn't seal properly at all. I've sealed you up twice. So this one I did a bad job on. So. We're like halfway through. Some origins of movies and holidays and stuff. That's cool. I really like Brett Devereaux. If you've never heard of him, Brett Devereaux's a historian, a military historian. The poor bastard. And he does a lot of analysis of not like the origins, but like comparing how realistic, how reasonable is this piece of pop culture as a portrayal of historical things. So he did like a really simple one that I thought was really cool. Was he talks about the infantry of Gondor in the Lord of the Rings movies, and like how reasonable is their armor and weaponry. And he does a similar thing for the Lannister in Game of Thrones, the Lannister infantrymen in Game of Thrones. And I thought it was very cool. I thought it was very, very cool. Because it tells you a lot about... yes, Raven Dranic, you are here, yes. It tells you a lot about what those societies are supposed to value. That they do things in certain ways, and that they portray themselves and their cultures, like how they interact with their infantry in particular. And he makes some striking points that the Game of Thrones guys are kind of a mess, because they don't make decisions about equipping their infantry that make sense for the kind of story that they're trying to tell. In particular for the Lannister infantry, the Lannister infantry are ludicrously well armored. They're ludicrously well armored, and this creates two problems. The first is that it's really contradictory with the part of the story where the Lannister don't really respect their smallholders, their basic bitch infantry. So like it creates a storytelling contradiction there, but it creates a bigger issue where the Lannister infantry are extremely heavily equipped in armor, but under-equipped in weaponry. And that doesn't really make a lot of sense, historically. Weapons and armor evolve together. Yeah. I'll take it under advisement, Raven. I haven't really done any React content because I'm just like, I don't know. I know people who do it. I've even had like friends who do that kind of content, but I don't know. I guess I just don't. I don't know. There's something about it as an artist that like I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It feels like there's some sort of technique to making it interesting. That I don't that I don't know has halted me from doing so. Ren fairs. I haven't gone to a Ren fair in a very long time. I went to Ren fairs when I was young, like a teenager. But I haven't really gone since I was like early 20s. I understand the appeal. I still have some of the garb. I do not think I will let people speculate on it, but I think that nobody will actually be surprised by what I wore for Ren fair garb. I think that my choice of Ren fair garb will be very unsurprising to people. The big thing that stops me right now, though, is I'm a huge shut-in. I'm total. Why would you think pirate? I understand aristocrat, but pirate? I do like pirates. I do like pirate as a concept, but does pirate really seem like my personality? I'll let you sit on it for a few more minutes, Yellow. Chainmail. Safe guess, that's fine. That's fine. That's reasonable, but no, no, I would go as a monk. Which I think is very on brand for me. Well, this was also like 20 years ago, Cielo. So, you know. Yeah, what a surprise, the calligraphy nerd. The calligraphy nerd who doesn't want to, like, put a lot of effort into getting dressed up, and who likes lots of freedom of movement, and knows lots of trivia about history. Like, yeah, like... It was also like my Halloween costume. I would also use that as a Halloween costume a lot. And so I once wound up on the floor of the coat room with a lady while wearing that, which was pretty funny. I mean, the big thing that stops the big thing that stops me from being like at all involved in like religious stuff is I just kind of am an atheist. It's kind of a big deal breaker. It's kind of a big problem. You know, they kind of need that one, right? Alrighty, and I think this puts us at 40. I mean, I don't even know what that would mean, to be honest, Baloo. I only know monasteries in I know a little bit about Buddhist monasteries and a fair amount about Catholic monasteries. But I don't know anything. I don't even know what a non-religious monastery would even be like. Hmm. And not even just these days. It's just like ever. I don't know what those would be. Okay, so let's move you out of the way. Gotta figure out where I'm gonna put you. And depends a lot on the type of monk. Yeah, there are monks who like do community work, right? Like, I've met monks. Like, I've met monks who like, go to like, who like play basketball in the community and stuff like that, and like Franciscans, obviously, and Dominicans, like they're out in the community. They're not cloistered at all. Some might be cloistered, but I don't know which one. I can never remember which ones are. I mean, I would. That makes sense to me, Cielo. I mean, the chance that I would live on a commune is like really high. The surprise is more that I don't already live on a commune. I am very much the type of person to live on a commune. Wizard. All right, yeah. So thing that surprises people sometimes, Wizard is like my least favorite class to play in D&D. I hate playing wizards. First of all, I really don't like playing characters who are smarter than me. Like, and that's just like in general, like in any RPG system, I don't tend to like playing smarty pants characters. But the biggest reason is that like I don't like the way they approach problem solving in D&D. D&D Wizards. I don't like the way, particularly 3rd edition. I mostly mean 3rd edition when I talk about D&D, because that's the edition I know the most, by far. Where, like, you don't have to think very cleverly if you're a wizard. The game has already done all the thinking for you. The game has already done all of it for you. It's there's a door in front of you, you use knock. There's a pit, you use fly, etc., etc. It's very one-dimensional. It's a very one-dimensional way of approaching the world. You'd have to wait. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Patience is a highly valuable virtue. Can I salvage this one? Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. I think we're losing a couple more. I think we're gonna lose a couple more. There we go. Nope. Salvage that one. Salvage that one. Not feeling optimistic about this, buddy. Oh, can I get you? Can I get you? Cabbage, carrot, mushrooms. Yeah, I think I got him through. Hello, hello, Luna Lorose. Yes, yes. I've pinned the recipe. I've pinned the recipe. I'm using a recipe from Walks of Life. Uh, I was kind of lazy because I was running late today, so the mushrooms are actually still like visible. Uh, might be a little bit gross when I bite into them. This wrapper is a mess. This wrapper is a mess right now. Welcome back, Raven. Welcome back. And yes, I don't know. Like making dumplings. This recipe freezes really well. Is a lot of why I like it. Like I can put these in the freezer and they'll be good months from now. Which is a very nice thing to have on hand. Very, very nice thing to have on hand. Uh, all right. Oh, hold up. Let's go in there. Yeah. Mint chocolate and ice cream. Not mint chocolate ice cream. Just mint chocolate and ice cream. Double desserts. Double dessert for one day. Are you managing to, how is the weather down there? Are you dying? Because I'm dying just thinking about it, right? Hmm. This one's a disaster. Poor Wande. Poor Wande. The worst kind of weather. Hot weather. Been flurrying all day. I unlike many VTubers, I don't mind talking about where I live. I'm in Brooklyn. Uh, I'm in Brooklyn because honestly, what are you going to do with this knowledge? Oh, this one's, ooh, this one's a mess. This one's a mess. Seems like we're getting more and more messy. And so in Brooklyn, we had winter for Christmas, and it's already back to spring weather. Like winter was literally like 3 days long. Uh, yeah, no, there's like 4 million people who live here. It's like 4 million people who live here, and like, what do you know about me, right? It's like, you know that I'm a white guy. Okay, so you've gone from like 4 million people to about 2 million people. And you know that I went to college, so you went from about 2 million people to 2 million people. And I've talked about it, you know I've got facial hair. So you've gone from about 2 million people to about 2 million people. And you know that I'm vegan. So you've gone from about 2 million people to about 2 million people. And that's already a lot of demographic information. Right? And like, you've not gotten very far with it. I've given you like 3 freebies there, and it's just like, what are you gonna do with it? There's like 200,000 people who use my post office. Like, it's miserable to try to do anything. Yeah, look for the weird thin vegan guy jogging. Right? Like, what are you gonna do with this information? Yeah, still, yeah. The, that was a thing that me and, Kari talked about, was that, Kari doesn't live in New York anymore. But when she did live in New York, she actually, like, had the same commute as me at the same time. Like, it's extremely likely, that me and Kari were, like, have been within 100 feet of each other. Like, a dozen times. Luna the Rose, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh, these rappers are coming apart under my hand. Yeah, yeah, no, I'm a big city fella. I'm a big city fella. Wasn't always, but now that I'm here, pretty big fan. Pretty big fan of city living. Pretty big fan of it. Do recommend the city as a place to live. Not necessarily to visit. I actually think New York is kind of only mediocre to visit, but I think that living in a place with stretch it. Yeah, not having to own a car is kind of rad. One day I feel like I feel like the combination of you not being able to drive a car, I think you're gonna be like move out to the countryside for like a year, and then you're gonna have to move somewhere else because going everywhere on a motorbike is going to suck so much. What if you move out there and like you just become too old to drive your motorbike anymore? I mean, I feel I'm not gonna fight you on it, but driving a car is considerably safer than a motorbike. Oh wow, this one's falling apart over here. This one's a disaster. Yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah. And I mostly steam them, so I'm not really putting I don't tend to put these in soup. So like a certain amount of jank is a little bit more acceptable. That is awful. I am sorry, Wande. Well, I like to try to make it look at least a little bit nice. I know that I'm not like the best dumpling folder. I know this is not something I'm like especially good at, but like I try to make it look like at least a little bit nice. Like I could do completely unpleated. I mean, depends on what you're trying to optimize for. Depends on what you're trying to optimize for. One day. If we're trying to optimize for, there are definitely some minor optimizations I could make. They're just straightforward improvements. Oh, that's interesting. I'm kind of curious, Lunala Rose. Where is here for you, if you don't mind sharing? if you don't mind sharing a little bit of geography knowledge, because in America, like the suburbs are unwalkable. Like I've lived in suburbs in America where they didn't even have sidewalks. Because the assumption was so strong that you just use your car to get everywhere. In Texas, it didn't matter if there's sidewalks. Yeah. I am so grateful to have never lived in Texas. I have visited Texas a few times, and I think that is enough for one lifespan. Michigan, okay. Michigan. I've spent a lot of time in Michigan. I actually like Michigan. Franklin Meadows. I think I know Franklin Meadows. Oh no. The rival states. Oh. I guess you're not Ohio. Well, and I mean to Blue's point, you know, there are parts of the country where it's legal to shoot people for doing that. So, yeah, got to be careful about that one. See, right, yeah, yep, no, it's a. The Michigan-Ohio rivalry is deep. Which I've always found fun. I've always enjoyed that. I find the Well, and what's your team, Lunala? What's your college? Sparties, go blue. Well, I know blue. I know you're not. You go blue. Okay. I respect it. I so on the one hand, I do mostly find the Midwestern rivalries cute. On the other hand, the Ohio-Michigan rivalry is like Wande, I know that you are quite concerned with like riots and stuff in America. The Ohio-Michigan game is like devastating. Major political movements involve. Like, we've nearly toppled governments with less property damage than the average Michigan-Ohio game. The people I know who live in those cities talk about, like, bunkers and machine gun nests. Yeah, Wisconsin's main rival is Minnesota. Yeah, which is very funny to me, because it's like... I have a lot of affection for Minnesota. And I'm just like, how do you beef? How do you beef with Minnesota? What is happening here? How are you beefing with Minnesota? Oh, no, I don't. Raven, you don't have to sell me. I think New York is too hot. Do not have to sell me on not moving to the South on the basis of summer. That is not... Yeah, like 90% of if there are riots, like 90% of our rioting in America is sports, and we're not even that bad. Like the Euros, the Euros are like way crazier about it. The Italians are nuts. I think the Latin Americans might actually be like the current kings of it. Yeah, organized sports fair, exactly, yeah. Uh, hmm. Oh! How many do we got left? I count 5, 11... Hold on, sorry. 5, 11, 17... 23. 23 left. Yeah, this part's way more fun. This part's way more fun and goes much faster. Press you down a little bit. Smush, 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 smush. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why, Jiayo. Yep, thank you. There's a lot of reasons why I don't live in the South. I would be lying if I pretended the weather was not one of the primary reasons, but, there's a lot of reasons why I wouldn't survive down there. Back. Hello, hello, Axel Saxel? Axeli Saxel, I'm sorry. It's a pleasure to have you here. Axel is Axel. Yeah, but Axeli Saxel is fun. Alright. Axel is Axel. Got lots of options here. Got lots of options here. Let's keep it going. Boom. And... Oh! Axolotl? Oh. I'm very sorry to hear that, Raven. That is unpleasant. I don't really have many recommendations other than that it's easier. I wouldn't want to say easy, but easier up north. But that's kind of all I got to offer on that one. I am myself cis. I don't, But I do know quite a few trans people from the South who have moved up here. For those reasons. Axe Lisa Shell. Yes, exactly. So many options. There we go. Okay. Definitely made a mistake by moistening the parchment paper. That was just totally unnecessary. The parchment paper did a good enough job retaining the moisture on its own. Didn't need the assist. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll thank Maple for that. Yes, yes. Me and Maple have been friends for a minute. Uh, and uh, and yeah. My if somebody can type in exclamation point model, you can see who my artist is. And my rigger. My artist, Sensational, did both the design and the art. I've worked with him repeatedly. I do. That's true, Axel. That's true. Uh, the specific design motif I like, the whole design aesthetic I went for, uh, was with was Uncle Iroh, but dressed for Knives Out. Was the intention. That was the intention. Yeah, yeah. Because I streamed a little bit before I really had a model, just to see if I liked it. And I did like it. I loved it. Oh, people have said that a lot. People have said that a lot. Um, Vex made a moth and owl are the two that I hear a lot. Vex did an owl one of me that's really funny. Nocturnal Ash, I think, is the main one who did the owl, the moth model of me. Haven't made them into full models yet, but probably will at some point. Uh, Least favorite. Oh, thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue, for turning me into a sock. I am sock now. Least favorite type of food. I actually hate lettuce. Weirdly enough, I actually hate lettuce. It's just such a nothing food. It's like, why am I here? Well, with the power of anime, you too can have a VTuber model. And Nash Potato, thank you for the follow. Nash Potato, thank you for the follow. But yeah, my least favorite food is lettuce. Well, the thing is, like, I don't want a filler food, right? I want. I don't even feel like rice is a filler food. I feel like rice is a solid staple that you can build off of a lot. I just don't know what I'm doing with lettuce. I'm mostly wondering, like, why I'm not having spinach or arugula or bok choy or beet greens. Beet greens are wonderful. I love beet greens. There's so many good leafy greens out there. And then there's lettuce. There's so many good leafy greens out there, and then there's lettuce. I actually find them distracting. Lettuce. Oh yeah, asparagus is amazing. Asparagus is great. Brussels, another excellent use of your greens. Broccoli is an absolute king of a food. I like kale. I like Swiss char. I tend to like a lot of plants. But lettuce, eh. What are we doing here with lettuce? Why did this happen to us? Exactly. See, that sounds wonderful. My Brussels sprouts, my method for Brussels sprouts is, you do them with some red pepper, crushed red pepper, a bunch of crushed red pepper, lemon juice, olive oil, roast it at 450. Just slice it. Have your Brussels sprouts, toss them in a mix of lemon juice, olive oil, crushed red pepper, and salt. Roast them at 450 till they're crispy. Buddy, that's a good side dish right there. That's a straightforwardly good side dish. Barely any effort. I like collards. I feel like the trick with bitter vegetables, is you got to use lemon juice. Lemon juice and salt. You might want a little bit of sugar in there, not for the bitterness, but for the acidity. Use sugar to balance out acidity, but use acidity to balance out bitterness. Okay. Hold on, I've got... Oh my goodness. Cleanup from this stream is going to be a nightmare. Oh, this is going to... Okay. Okay, let's get you out of here. Let's get you out of here, and let's see. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 6, so that's 9, plus 6, 15. 15 left. 15 left, okay. $15 left. Pretty nay on coleslaw. Pretty nay on coleslaw. I probably should have said my least favorite food is mayonnaise, now that I'm thinking about it. I actually might hate mayonnaise the most out of all foods. I've never had, like, if there was like a mustard-based coleslaw, I might be into that. And I actually really do like cabbage. Oh, see, I can't say with a straight face. Oh, no, absolutely not, Wande. No. No. I'd rather just have the garlic. Just give me some garlic paste. I'll just use garlic paste as a condiment. And see, I can't say with a straight face that I don't like bitter. I actually really like bitter. Like, again, my main beer is IPAs. Like a good New Yorker. See, another way to get us down from 2 million white guys in Brooklyn to 2 million white guys in Brooklyn. Oh, I actually love olives. Especially Almantas. Because I didn't cook it down enough. That's why. Because I was running late to stream, so I didn't cook it down far enough. So particularly the water from the carrots. Hello, Momo. We are in the home stretch, so I have made... This will be dumpling number 49. This will be dumpling number 49. I'm also not trying to make them very fast, Midori. So... Excellent. But also I don't feel the need to mess with it too much. I don't know, I actually cook with cabbage a lot. I go through a couple pounds of cabbage a week these days because I've been really into stir-frying cabbage. I stir-fry it with, Shaoxing and soy sauce and garlic and arballs. Oh, is that one recoverable? Well, I like cabbage a lot. Oh. I like cabbage a lot. Big fan of it. This one's going to be a mess because this wrapper ripped. Yeah, that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I'm giving up on this wrapper. I'm folding it in the wrong way entirely. We are into disaster folding now. I live in Brooklyn. I live in Brooklyn. You can see a significant percentage of my entire apartment right now. And I don't have a real yard. So I am my gardening options are very limited. I can grow some scallions in my windowsill. That is my gardening. Which I do, but that's just because it's really easy. Yeah. Yeah, any sort of yard is a luxury, and yeah, that's, I am not a rich man. I am not a rich man. I'd hesitate to call myself a poor man, but I'm definitely not a rich man. Oh. So let's. Yeah, I just grow them in water, to be honest. I'm not really so much growing scallions so much as I am stretching out how often I have to buy scallions. Right, it's just kind of a cheap cost-saving measure that you can basically get an extra 3 or 4 uses out of a scallion. Yeah, kind of reharvesting a scallion a couple times in a row. But having a little bit of fresh scallion that you can put in a miso soup, kind of nice. Not a big deal, but it's a nice little bonus for the low cost of some cold tap water. Oh. And let's get you up here. Yeah, alrighty. Alrighty, let's hold that up. My folding technique is honestly getting worse as we go on, but we are getting towards the end. But I am definitely getting worse at this. So it's not as bad as I think it gets made out to be, which I think is mostly caused by the fact that the rest of the country has been getting so expensive. The other thing is that in New York, you don't have to own a car. I don't... I get away with... I am doing quite well in terms of cost of living. I am living pretty frugally. I have absolutely lived in more expensive areas. I have lived in areas that are both more expensive and more unsafe. Most of my friends live in more expensive areas. It is still objectively a high cost of living, but mostly in the sense, I guess, that America is a rich country. And so everywhere is expensive. You know. But I actually think this is not a bad place to live, to be honest. Like, the main trick is finding low rent. That's the big trick. Outside of that, like, if you can find a cheap apartment, which is tricky. That's not like trivial. That is like tricky. That is tricky, but not impossible. Then it's like pretty smooth. Oh my god, our number of luxury condos is disgusting, yeah. It is. The number of completely pointless to live in apartments that just choke up the real estate market and waste space. Because, like, they're not really part of the housing supply. Right? They're part of the housing supply on paper, but, like, they don't actually get rented out to people who live here. I don't mean in the sense, like, oh, like, it needs to go to, like, people who've always lived here. I mean in the sense of, like, people will buy them and then they just don't move in. Oh, yeah, no, these are going into the freezer in a few minutes. These are going into the freezer in a few minutes. In fact, they might go into the freezer before I end stream. Because I need to wash my hands before I can even raid out or end stream. So... This guy? Because that one does look awful. Oh, yeah, you were talking about, the luxury buildings around here. Yeah, I used to live near, a couple years ago, but pre-COVID, I lived near, Castle Braid in Bushwick. That thing sucks. That building is hideous. Like, I'd walk past it in the morning, and I'd be like, oh. And they were charging a lot to live there, too. It was like a place like people like, it was like a competitive place to get into, and I was like, what is happening here? Don't you people have like any self-respect or taste? Yeah. It took me a minute to parse out. But yeah, also, hot take, I hate the Fulton station aesthetically. I think as a station, it's actually a very good station. But I hate the Santiago Calatrava, the Oculus, as they call it. That's a good way to put it, Kirill. For a second, I thought you were also a New Yorker, and I was like, wait a second, no, Kirill doesn't live here at all. Oh! Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen it. It's an underrated... It's a kind of, like, lesser cold take about the city that downtown Brooklyn actually sucks worse than like any part of Manhattan. Oh. Okay, and slap you down. Let's get some more of the flour on here to try to cover up some of my mistakes a little bit. Alright. And... you on here, and... and... fold you up. Yeah, no, I'm sorry though, Kirill, it's just like your opinion sounded so authoritative and so like common. So like, it's like typical of New Yorkers. I was like, oh yeah, you gotta be a New Yorker. It's like, wait a second, I know this man. I know this man. I know where he lives. I know what his deal is. Yeah, I was basing on my comment before I parsed together who had said it. To the knowledge and experience of a broke orc. So true. So true. I don't know the one that you're referring to in the Lower East Side, but that's also because I haven't been to the Lower East Side in, 7 years or something like that. I don't actually even know anymore. That doesn't sound right. That sounds way too long. Okay, this is the last one. Last one. Finish strong. We are not finishing strong. You're an even bigger hipster than me, Kirill. It's incredible. It's incredible. Ugh. Okay. 59. 59. That was the last one. That was the last one. It's in. It's in. Ugh. My technique definitely got worse as we went on. Definitely got worse technique as we kept on going. Bear with me. I am going to put these in the freezer and wash my hands, and we'll be on Just Chatting when I come back. We'll be on the Just Chatting stream when I come back. So give me a few moments. Give me a few moments. I also look forward to being able to sit down. I will, Blue. That's what I'm going to do tonight. That's tonight's dinner. That's tonight's dinner after stream. Is I'm gonna fair amount of leftover filling. I'm gonna drain out the excess water. I'm not even sure I'll bother frying it. I might just have with some hoisin sauce. That's what I've done in the past. Is like I stir fry it or I don't, and I have with some hoisin sauce. But yes, give me a minute. That's 59 frigging dumplings. My desk is a disaster zone. I will see you in a few minutes. Oh, okay. My back. I have so many dishes to do. I have so many dishes to do. Let's take a look in here. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, we got raiders from Hahi. Am I going crazy? Did you raid me earlier today? You did. Wait, what? Wait, what? Welcome in again, Hahi? Uh... Uh... Wait, no, wait, what? Oh, no, okay, no, I got confused. That's why I got confused. He underscore VT rated me. VT is a different person. Okay. Okay, I was like, what? I got rated twice by the same person? What? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Today, I just finished it up. I am sorry to say you missed it. I made 59 vegetable dumplings. They are now in the freezer. Very precarious. I'm very worried about them getting knocked over. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We'll find out. We'll find out. Messy is what I would say. I would say about 1 out of every 4 was well folded. I think, I don't know. Blue is the judge here. Blue is the one who is judging me. What would you say the ratio of well folded to poorly folded dumplings was? So at Havi BT. Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2. Excellent, excellent. I hope that you got some wins. I hope you got some wins over there in Overwatch Dome. Ooh. I hope you got some wins over there in Overwatch Dome. Forgot tonight was a stream night, so chat and chill. Excellent, excellent. You think you were accurate? Yeah, one out of every 4. 1 out of every 4. That sounds fair. I am comfortable with a 1 out of 4 hit rate. I am comfortable with a 1 out of 4 hit rate. Yeah. No, those later ones were much rougher. And actually, hold on a second. Let's go back to the live for a second. Let's turn off the camera. I forgot to do some things while I was here. So let's go over the schedule. So, yeah, we'll find out if they taste good. They probably will. I've done the recipe several times. So Friday, this has actually been part and parcel. The dumpling stream was part and parcel of my affiliate anniversary subathon. It was part and parcel of my affiliate anniversary subathon. And so on Friday, I am going to be doing several more of them. Because it is a new year, and that is a time for reform and learning and change, we are going to be doing chat picks a new redeem, new emotes, and a new lecture topic. It's been a minute since I've done a lecture topic. And so, if you have an idea... Hold on a second. If you have an idea for what you would like to do, what you would like for those, please have those ready and either be here Friday, 4 p.m. US Eastern, or you can submit them on my Discord, which is why I linked the Discord. And relatedly, this is a viewer questionnaire because I am a sociology professor. That is not a bit. I am a former sociology professor. And that is a questionnaire that I've put out for getting feedback from my viewers about, well, I just want some feedback. And I'll put up the data. I didn't collect a lot of demographic data, so it's not going to be the most interesting data from an analytical standpoint, but I'm still interested in it, right? I'm still interested, and I still want to know. And so I will be. I don't know when I'm going to close that, but I'm certainly not going to close it before the end of Friday. I'm certainly going to keep it open through then. And then Saturday, Duquesne is going to come here, and we're going to discuss Slay the Princess. I've played through Slay the Princess a bunch on stream, and he's a big Slay the Princess fan. I love Slay the Princess. It was my favorite game I played all year. Really a big fan of Slay the Princess. I was very, very happy to get the chance to play Slay the Princess at all those many times. And stretch out my back a little bit. But yeah, so this is the schedule for the rest of the week. I have not yet made my next week's schedule, other than to note that on the 10th we're doing book club again. On the 10th we are doing book club again. So that's where all that's at. That's where all of that is at. Stretch out my neck a little bit, and I'm just trying to figure out who to raid out to, because I'm super indecisive. As we all know, I am super indecisive. So it's between Agathos and... I'm just going to take a look at who I've raided the most recently. Okay, I've actually never raided this person before. I thought I had, but I haven't. So we are going to raid into Agathos, who's a friend of mine. Agathos is a friend. If you have the sub, use that. If you do not... Oh, interesting, it failed to send. Okay, there's raid message for people who don't have the sub. If you do have the sub, there we go. And we are going to raid Agathos, who is very nice, and very fun to make fun of. He is very easy to tease. He is very, very easy to tease. But yes, again, no stream tomorrow, as is normal for me. I don't normally stream Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we'll be back Friday and Saturday. Thank you all for being here on my journey to create a bunch of very messy dumplings. I hope you all have a lovely time, and have a good night.